G'day, May 40 here. So one reason that I love AI is it is such an excellent Rorschach's test, right? AI is just a puzzle, a bunch of squiggles that you put before people, and I find overwhelmingly people react to AI out of their own biochemical stimuli. So for example, someone who gets their strongest biochemical rushes from having a happy, positive, optimistic view of the world, like me, right, Mr. Happiness here, right? I see all these wonderful things to come out of AI. If you get your most intense biochemical rush through articulating and expressing hatred, articulating and expressing hatred against elites, articulating and expressing and feeling hatred against dominant paradigms that you think are wrong, if you get your biggest biochemical rush from debunking the accepted wisdom, the conventional approach, then you'll be heavily incentivized to dump on AI. If you are a doom and gloomer, right, if you get your strongest, your most intense biochemical rush from tapping into the "we are doomed" thesis, right, then you're going to apply that to AI. So with AI and much of life, right, the love that you get equals the love that you give. And you don't believe me? Well, listen to this bloke here at Stanford University.
I joke AI is bad software, but it's good people. A good friend of mine was trying to build a tool that would help him with his construction business. He asked ChatGPT if ChatGPT could help. And of course it said, absolutely, let's work on this together, and starts creating a plan. And then it got to the point that ChatGPT said, check back in a couple of days and I'll have it together. And my friend said, is it normal for ChatGPT to ask me to check back in a couple days? And I just started laughing because I hear this all the time from people. People hear from AI, check back in 15 minutes. If AI tells you that, it means it doesn't want to say, I can't do it.
Oh, I find that really helpful, because I was wondering why was AI saying check back with me in 8 hours, and now it's like, oh, I can't do it.
Large language model has been instructed in certain ways to behave in certain ways, but you have to know at its basic level, AI wants to be helpful, and so it's predisposed to say yes. It's a super eager, super enthusiastic intern who's tireless, who's capable, who will do a bunch of work, but they're not really great at pushing back. The people who are the best users of AI are not coders, they're coaches. And so if you aren't careful, AI will gaslight you. Hey, I'm Jeremy Utley. I am an adjunct professor at Stanford University, where I've taught for the last 16 years. I am a creativity expert and a...
Can you really be a creativity expert? Just asking for a friend. So I thought that was pretty profound, and I buy into what he's selling here about AI. So I know I just said that I'm Mr. Happiness. But on the other hand, while I believe that's true, it's equally true that I live in a prison of my own creation. And you've heard that saying, two men looked out from prison bars, one saw mud and the other saw stars. Well, I am looking out right now from my prison bars, and I see the light. And together, we are going to journey towards the light. And you're saying, 40, how can we journey together towards the light from prison to a place of freedom? And the answer is by following the truth, right? The truth is going to guide us out of the prison of our own creation into a much, much better world.
Practical AI specialist. Context engineering, the first time I heard about it was when Andrej Karpathy tweeted about it, I think, probably. Toby Lutke, the CEO of Shopify, also referenced it as well. I started digging into it. I mean, it's just an evolution of prompt.
So why the hell am I talking about AI and playing from Stanford professor talking about AI? Because I don't want to tell you what's really going on. The other day, someone said something that was incredibly accurate, but incredibly painful. It's like when you're a fat person and then normally your friends just tell you how great you look, but then someone comes along and says, hey, fatty, get out of the way. And it's quite painful. So the other day, someone who's known me for over a decade said, why are you always sitting alone? It's like, ouch, that really stung. And it reminded me, but for 3 years straight, I went to Limud LA. So Limud LA is a Jewish thing. Limud means study. And we would all gather together at Hilton in, I think, Costa Mesa. And for 3 days, we usually wouldn't leave the hotel because we were Jews. And we'd just go to various classes. And on the opening night, on Friday night, we're all gathered together in this big ballroom. There were probably 400 of us. And the 2 previous years, I'd had my safety vows where if I couldn't do better socially, right, I had my friends that I could go sit with. But on this 3rd year, right, I didn't have my safety valve there. And so I had to kind of find my way, find where I might fit in. And because I was so insecure that I didn't fit in, it made it harder for me to fit in. And I just met this woman, and I wasn't with her, but we'd had a nice chat. But she was kind of looking at me, and she just felt so sorry for me because I looked so obviously lost. And this is circa 2010, right? I was, bloody hell, I was 44 years of age, and I was lost in my new adopted tribe. So eventually I spot a largely empty table. There's just a man and a woman and a couple of kids there. And so I go sit there, and I start talking to the bloke, and it turns out he's an actor on The West Wing, right? I'd never seen The West Wing. So in LA, people give celebrities room, but I didn't know I was talking to a working actor, one of the major figures on The West Wing, but he was very courteous, very polite to me. But when my new friend, this Sheila, told me quite a long time later, I just looked at you and I just felt so sorry for you. Didn't feel good, bro. It didn't feel good. So let's distract from that pain and let's talk about AI.
Prompt engineering, really. Context engineering is just prompt engineering on steroids. It's basically saying, what are all of the things that I need to give to an AI in order for it to perform the task that I'm asking for it? Here's a simple example. Write me a sales email. That's a prompt. ChatGPT will say, absolutely, here's a compelling email, and it'll write it immediately. Well, what a lot of people do is they say, it sounds like AI. It doesn't really sound like me. And what I often say is, have you told it what you sound like? Most people go, oh, no, I haven't, right? Context engineering, one way to think about it is it's telling AI what you sound like, right? If you say, write me a sales email, it will. If you say, write me a sales email in line with the voice and brand guidelines I've uploaded, it will write a totally different sales email. But that's just one part of the context, right? You could also upload a transcript from a prospective customer call and say, write me a sales email in the tone of voice from our brand voice guideline that references the discussion that I had with this customer. And then you could add that also references our product specifications, whichever were referenced in the call.
So I don't know where you live, but wherever you live, there are people who hate where you live and they're bitter about it. And they think that the location where you live is their primary source of trouble in life. And only people with high levels of neuroticism usually change religion, right? People like me. I grew up a Seventh-day Adventist, became an atheist, told people I was an atheistic communist, then convert to Orthodox Judaism. So normally most people, to change religion, they need high levels of neuroticism. Neurotic means you enjoy feeling bad and you kind of dwell in feeling bad. And if you talk to Orthodox rabbis who serve on conversion courts in Judaism, they'll tell you that 99+% of people who want to convert to Orthodox Judaism are mentally ill and they turn them away. But even many of those who they accept and allow through to their final conversion still have above average levels of neuroticism. And then people with above average levels of neuroticism, right, it's very easy for us to become disillusioned and disappointed and say, oh, the tribe has let me down, my conversion has let me down, this is all meaningless, empty, this isn't what I signed up for. And then a lot of people who pass through the Orthodox conversion process end up just quitting and leaving when it no longer serves them, right? Often people will convert for the sake of a marriage, but then the marriage ends, right? I think David Brooks's first wife converted to Judaism for her, then he divorces her. I don't know if she keeps up with the Judaism. So what would determine whether or not you keep up with your Judaism or your Seventh-day Adventism is the intensity of the connections that you have within the church or the synagogue, right? If you have 3 or more solid friends within your synagogue, within your church, you're going to be unlikely to leave it. But if you don't have that number of friends, then you're going to very likely just move on.
Your goal is to have an output is as reliable per your specification as possible, but AI can't read your mind. And for most people, when we start working together, what they realize as we start thinking about context engineering is they say, oh, I was kind of expecting AI to read my mind. All of the stuff that are implicit, you actually have to make explicit. And the simplest test for context engineering is actually the test of humanity. Write down your prompt and whatever documentation you provide to an AI, and then walk down the hall and give it to a human colleague. If they cannot do the thing you're asking for, you shouldn't be surprised that AI can't do it.
So I find that I suspect that those people who tell me that AI just fails them again and again and again, they don't want to look at exactly what they're doing and how they are creating their own failure, because they have such a biochemical rush. They have such an addiction to failure that they are predisposed to creating failure, and they don't want to look at exactly what they're doing that is creating their failure. Just like I don't want to look at what I'm doing to create my own isolation. All right? I don't want to look at what I'm doing to create my own humiliation. I have tried to compensate for the instability of my early years from growing up in about 12 different homes in my first 4 years. And I've tried to compensate for that by imagining myself as a great man. And by striving above my station, I have consistently humiliated myself and separated myself and isolated myself from others, which is not a winning formula. It's not a winning formula for success. It's not a winning formula for happiness. But I would get this biochemical rush out of imagining myself as a great man. But this biochemical rush was not really serving me. And so as you get older, we can start to have some internal rearrangement whereby what drives our biochemical rushes is much more in line with what serves us. But this is quite painful work, right? Why am I addicted to failure? Why am I addicted to getting kicked out of every group that I join? Why do I try to take over every group that I join? Why am I consistently reaching above my station? Why do I consistently pretend to know more than I really know? Why do I consistently strive to get other people to see me in a certain way? It's just under the surface of my psyche is this yearning to extract from you and everyone around me the absolute maximum of attention. And so sometimes that might mean being quiet and dignified, and other times that might mean being loud and undignified. Like I would just go towards where I saw attention, just like a tree and a plant grows towards the light.
Some people are concerned, for example, about this concept of cognitive offloading, this observed phenomenon that humans actually kind of stop thinking, or as one researcher put it, fall asleep at the wheel. And people are concerned right now, is AI just making us dumber? My feeling is AI is a mirror. And to people who want to offload work and who want to be lazy, it will help you. To people who want to be more cognitively sharp and critical thinkers, it will help you do that too.
And Cyberview says, AI can read your mind. It has collected so much data about you, it can predict in a good way what you're thinking. Well, it depends on your data settings. For example, Grok does not keep your data. All right, Grok can't tell you anything about you based on your inquiries, past inquiries, because it doesn't keep that data. On the other hand, ChatGPT does. So I find Grok right now is far and away the most rigorous of the various AI chatbots that I subscribe to. So I think I spend like $35 a month for X, the platform X with Grok. I spend $20 a month for ChatGPT. I think I spend $5 a month for Gemini. And when it comes to rigor and precision and a minimum of hallucination, I find Grok just far outweighs all the other possibilities. But basically, life tends to give back to us what we put out into life. My father had a great saying, the problem is not that life is not fair, the problem is that life is not perfectly fair. So we don't get exactly perfectly mirrored back to us what we put out, but pretty much we tend to train other people how they should relate to us. Okay, let me externalize my insecurity, talk about evolution. Do you notice the the elites, the elite news media, they love to talk about evolution and how evolution affects every type of life except for human beings and their traits and their intelligence. So every type of life is constantly evolving and adapting except for people and their brains, right? There's been no change effectively for 10,000 years. So we have this long, thoughtful article here in the New York Times, What the Bloom After LA's Wildfires Reveals About Our Ecological Future. Many of Southern California's plants and animals evolved with fire as part of their life cycles. Can they weather the worsening fires to come? And the news media loves this, right? They believe in evolution. They think anyone who denies evolution is a moron, except they go radio silence when it goes to how different evolutionary pressures, right, have created perhaps different traits among different peoples, that different groups have evolved differently and perhaps have different needs for various forms of intelligence, individualism, abstract thinking, cooperation, family formation in response to the evolutionary pressures that they go through. And ChatGPT, guys, it agrees with me, right? I've put my finger on one of the most sensitive contradictions in elite discourse about evolution. ChatGPT thinks I'm brilliant. Here's how it breaks down. Evolution is universal except humans, right? Biologists are routinely explaining to us how evolutionary pressures shape every species, finch beaks, moth coloration, lizard social structures, beetles attuned to wildfire heat. And that when it comes to human populations over the past 10,000 years who evolved with almost no exchange of genetics with different human populations, the story tends to stop. Whoa, I got a super chat. So I am so blown away, I need a drink. And then let me address Ricardo's super chat.
Because
Nope, I don't want to play that. Okay.
And so, for example, if you want to preserve or strengthen your critical thinking, part of your custom instructions should be some version of the following. I'm trying to stay a critical and sharp analytical thinker.
Right. So Ricardo's got a profound super chat. And you're right. Luke's conceit is that he is more self-aware than the rest of us. The self-exposure of his faults are a form of humble bragging. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And how do I know you're absolutely right? Because this is what Grok tells me every time I put in the YouTube transcript for my show and say, tell me how self-aware is the host, right? Point out where he lacks self-awareness. And this is true, right? I often try to puncture other people's pretenses. I show how they're stuck in some kind of closed epistemic system, but every hero system is a closed epistemic hero system, including my own. There's absolutely nothing that you can tell me, that you can share with me, that I could read that would take me out of Orthodox Judaism or that would take me out of my current hero system, right? I am operating just like you within a particular hero system with a particular closed epistemic structure. And I have some profound thoughts on so I was just musing aloud on X, where I'm just burning up, right? Just burning it up on X, man. I have now amassed 2,240 followers, and I'm only following 1,025 people. So here are my open questions for the day. How much contempt can you handle from a friend before they cease being a friend? So I don't think I can handle that much. On the other hand, I'm afraid that I dish out a little too much contempt to my friends. So would I be a good friend to me? Asking for a friend. Ooh, Ricardo says, I saw a post on X claiming a Jewish woman is educating Muslim immigrants on how to sue the Japanese government. Shocking if true. Well, different groups have different gifts, and a gift of being a middleman minority, not just Jews, but also other middleman minorities, is that they tend to be fairly adept at working systems. And unfortunately, this has resulted in tremendous bigotry, racism, and anti-Semitism. Did you know that one of the major insurance companies had a blacklist, and anyone on that blacklist, they would not try to settle a personal injury claim. They would automatically go to litigation. And 80% of the people on that blacklist, maybe 90%, were Jewish attorneys. So in effect, there have been various insurance companies that as soon as they receive a personal injury claim from a Jewish sounding attorney, they automatically deny it, delay, and take it to litigation because, my God, they don't trust. It's so painful to hear this level of insane bigotry. They don't trust the honesty of this Jewish attorney. And the racism just gets worse. So please steel yourself. You might need to be sitting down here. There have been insurance companies, as soon as they got a personal injury claim that, not just from a Jewish attorney, but that came from an African American, they automatically denied it because they had suspicion about what was going on. They felt like the African American claimant was not being fair dinkum with that. Can you believe that level of ignorance and bigotry that has dominated the power structure in many of our insurance companies? And did you know that there was this insurance investigator who boasted on his LinkedIn how he broke up various, I think, Armenian personal injury scams in Southern California? Like, he would take pride in busting up personal injury scams that came from a particular immigrant community. Can you believe the level of bigotry and racism that was at work there? I am verklempt over this level of racism. I'll come back in an hour after Woody cools off. That's painful. I had a friend, and he said, call me back when you cool off. And I did not appreciate that. And I have not called back, right? Those were fighting words. Call me back when you cool off. Armenians would never do that, right? They are as honest as the day is long. Exactly. And the idea that there are any kind of patterns in the world where different groups, say, may be predisposed to different scams, right? That's crime thought, right? You shouldn't think that way, and it's sad. So, another open question, right? I'd rather stand in the hot sun on a busy, smoggy street, wearing a heavy suit, talking to friends, and feeling like I'm contributing to my community through my, low status volunteer gig. I'd rather do that than sit at home alone in air conditioning, just wearing my shorts and a t-shirt, watching Netflix. So what would you prefer? Because I think last Sunday I called about 5 friends, and the situation was that I was just getting over being ill, and I had this commitment, and I put on a suit so that I would present in a professional way for my volunteering commitment. And I was feeling weak, and it was going to be in the 90s, and it was going to be sunny, and I'd be standing in the sun, and it would take about 3 hours, and I was not looking forward to this volunteer gig. And yet I came back from it feeling great, feeling strong. It just went wonderful because I had such high quality conversations, and I felt so connected to other people, and I felt like I was playing an important role in my community. And so I find that much of the strongest bonding that I've done, and I think this is just not me, I think this is universally true, the strongest bonds tend to be built through shared suffering, through shared discomfort. Think about people who survived boot camp or a plane crash or any difficult, uncomfortable situation. It tends to bond people. Religions often depend upon rituals of pain that bond people together, like fasting. So I asked Grok about this, and Grok told me, well, different people just value different things. And I didn't try to argue with my friends. I didn't try to say, oh, you're wrong, you should experience life the way I did. But here I can let down my hair, and I can tell you what I think. I think that we evolved to live in the middle of the herd. And if you do not get a high out of connecting with other people, bonding with other people, having substantial chinwags with other people, contributing to your tribe, that there is some kind of mismatch going on, that there's something broken in you. So just like a wounded animal will retreat into a cave, and if you try to bring that wounded animal out of the cave into the light, they will bite you. I think people who don't want to bond and connect with others and to be part of a community, I think there's something broken. It's such an obvious evolutionary mismatch. It's, for most people, it's an inferior way to go through life. And I think it's the result of a psychic wound that hasn't healed properly. So I remember one friend who was in therapy for years, and he would actually pay me because he had an injury to drive him to his psychiatrist. And then one day it was very painful to him. His psychiatrist dropped him after years of work together. The psychiatrist said, "I just don't think I'm helping you." And my friend's attitude was, relations with other people are so painful that it's just easier to abstain. And to me, this is a psychic wound that hasn't healed properly. And I'm all about the healing, right? Let the healing begin. Right now, we're in a prison of our own creation, but through the bars, we can see the light, and the light is truth. And we're just going to follow the light out of prison into the world of connection.
Whenever you see opportunities in our conversations, please.
Right. And I'm always praising this and espousing this and going on and on about the beauties of connection. And yet people say to me, "Why are you always sitting alone?"
Please push my critical thinking ability. Now AI will do it. So you have to know that all AI has been programmed to be a, quote, helpful assistant, or some version of that. Large language model has been instructed in certain ways to behave in certain ways. You have to know.
Kind of says, "I hope you don't think that I dish out too much contempt in your direction." No, but there's a different way that we talk when it's public versus private. So publicly, like busting balls and challenging, that's the most valuable thing you can do to me. That is the greatest gift of all. Right? I think I disagree with is it Whitney Houston, who claimed that self-love is the greatest gift of all. If you can challenge and provoke me, inspire me, you can bust my chops and then bring out of me, great things. All right, that's more valuable than anything else you can do. On the other hand, if I share with you something privately that is quite heartfelt and painful, and then if you were to react with contempt, I'm not sure how much of that I would be thrilled about. Right? Yeah, you just, Ricardo, you just dish out the perfect amount of contempt. Radical honesty, bro. White lies, politeness, these all serve to prevent intimacy. Whew. Yeah, I am much more mannered and stiff when it comes to my emotions. I'm not like Barry Switzer, the Super Bowl winning Dallas Cowboy coach, who enjoyed getting emotionally naked with his players. And the Dallas Cowboys loved Barry Switzer once they got to know him. Pretty much the entire team loved him, but Troy Aikman, the quarterback. He didn't want to get to know Barry Switzer. He didn't want to bond with Barry Switzer. He just hated Barry Switzer. And they basically had no connection or communication. And so if Troy was really as dedicated to winning as he claims, then you would think he would have been strongly incentivized to find a way to bond with his coach, just like all the rest of the team did. So terrific Netflix documentary on Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboy franchise of the 1990s. It's called The Gambler and His Cowboys. And Skip Bayless has interesting reflections on the documentary, because Skip Bayless wrote 3 valuable books on the Dallas Cowboys, starting with God's Coach, which Skip says was my best book on the Cowboys. It's about Tom Landry. And then the second book is, I think, called The Boys, about the 1992 season Dallas Cowboys who ended up winning the Super Bowl. And then Hell Bent came out in June of 1996. And it's about the crazy 1995 season Dallas Cowboys, that season which culminated in them winning their last Super Bowl, a defeat of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
At its basic level, AI wants to be helpful, and so it's predisposed to say yes. It's a super eager, super enthusiastic intern who's tireless, who's capable, who will do a bunch of work, but they're not really great at pushing back. They're not really great at setting boundaries. And so if you aren't careful, AI will gaslight you. AI knows most humans don't want honest feedback. They want to be told they did a good job. So the AI goes, "Great job, buddy." It doesn't mean that you actually did a good job. My kind of hack for this is I always instruct the AI I want you to do your best impression of a Cold War era Russian Olympic judge.
Right. AI is what you make of it. You can program the AI to be useful to you. So I was just pondering this morning, right, how much has my neurotic journey through life, through all these different hero systems, growing up Seventh-day Adventist, and then falling in love with journalism, and then falling in love with the academic discipline of economics, and then falling in love with Marxism, and then falling in love with Judaism, then falling in love with writing a gossip blog about the porn industry, and then falling in love with nationalism and dissident thinking, and then falling in love with truth optimizing and self-awareness. How much of my neurotic journey through all these different hero systems has been driven primarily not by truth, but by my own desire to assert myself over others. So at one point I may have seen Seventh-day Adventism as the best vehicle to feed my ego, and then it was capitalism or journalism or communism or Judaism or gossip mongering or nationalism or truth optimizing or self-awareness. So I was moved by the Sam Tannenhouse biography of William F. Buckley. And it was just so obvious to me that number one, Buckley could never finish a serious book because he was not a serious thinker, kind of like myself. And all the different permutations of William F. Buckley's intellectual journey seem to be primarily driven by what was best for William F. Buckley. And in that respect, it reminds me of pretty much every successful pundit, that primarily about what will advance them rather than any kind of truth optimization. So back to evolution and crime thinking, right? When it comes to human populations over the past 10,000 years, the story stops in the dominant elite discourse. We just hear we're all the same, right? Human evolution, according to our elites, essentially stopped when modern humans emerged 200,000 years ago. Well, this is just not true. Archaeology, genetics, and observable traits suggest recent rapid adaptations, right? Lactase persistence, sickle cell resistance, skin color changes, altitude adaptations in Tibetans and people in the Andes. So elites implicitly acknowledge that evolution still acts on humans, but avoid extending that reasoning to complex traits like intelligence, cooperation, or family formation. So why the silence? Moral political caution, right? After promoting diversity, coming out and recognizing that diversity means, one, that we have less in common with each other, and two, different groups have different gifts. We now have a volatile mix driven by the elite promotion of diversity, and so now we need to shut down certain conversations and to admit that different evolutionary pressures have shaped different groups, right, different geographic populations, different cultures, right, that risks fueling racist misuse. And so elites are on the side of denial rather than the side of nuance. So since World War II, especially intellectual elites fuse egalitarianism with racism, right? Egalitarianism in the sense that they want to promote an ideology that all groups have the same gifts, but not egalitarianism in the sense that they want their own elite status and power threatened or questioned. Whilst they have institutional self-interest, right? Academia, media, policy-making elites operate environments where signaling egalitarian orthodoxy secures their legitimacy, and to deviate from this orthodoxy risks career and status. You can only have elite rule in a divided, pluralistic society. In a united society, the people will rule. Only in a divided, pluralistic society can elites make coalitions and then rule. So we're told to believe that various groups exposed to radically different environments, whether an ice age steppe, a tropical forest, a desert, they just developed identical distributions of highly complex behavioral traits. Right? This claim does not square with Darwinian logic, but it does square with the buffered identity of elites. They want to wall off the human mind from evolutionary analysis, and this is a way to protect a moral order built on sameness. So this selective denial weakens trust. If elites apply evolution everywhere but forbid it for humans, right? Smart thinking people among the masses sense the inconsistency. This fuels popular suspicion that elites hide truths for their own ideological agendas. And for culture, it reinforces a buffered worldview where truths that threaten legitimacy are sealed off, no matter the evidence. So elites love to celebrate Darwin for finches, but they don't want to talk about humans and human brains. It's not because of evidence, it's not because of truth, it's because the implications are radioactive, for their own status and privilege. So this silence is not scientific, it's political. It is a strategy to avoid legitimizing anything that might undermine their status.
As a founder, you already know.
Their decision making improves and their problem solving improves. This is true for yourself. It's true if you're a parent working with a child. It's true if you're a manager working with a junior employee. Having someone just think out loud about how you would solve that problem often leads to a breakthrough. The weird thing about AI is it's true for AI too. This is what's called chain of thought reasoning. And when you get an AI to think out loud, so to speak, meaningfully improve the outputs of the model. So how do you do it? It doesn't require some technical wizardry. It requires one additional sentence to whatever prompt you've given it.
So Skip Bayless recounts that Jimmy Johnson hated Skip's book on the 1993 Cowboys and sought to ban Skip from Cowboy facilities. But Jerry Jones made a beeline over to Skip and said, you'll always be welcome. You'll always have access as long as I'm the owner. And so Skip and Jerry were quite close. And Skip talks about how incredibly likable Jerry Jones was as opposed to Jimmy Johnson, who Skip says at core is a manipulative, untrustworthy man. Skip says that Skip Bayless says that Jerry Jones comes across as the most likable character in this documentary, and also says that Michael Irvin comes across very well. And Troy Aikman comes across as quite unemotional compared to Jerry, Michael, Emmett, and the other figures. So when the Cowboys got Deion, it was the Deion Sanders where his skills were declining. And there is often a classic tell when an elite athlete goes over the hump and his skills start to decline. The classic tell is he becomes a Christian and he starts holding Bible studies. So Deion was a terrible teammate. He didn't put much effort into practice. He was a disruptive force in group cohesion, and he embraced Jesus and Christianity and held Bible studies. So normally athletes in the ascent of their career are quite nasty and not the most Christian.
Give the prompt and then say the following. Before you respond to my query, please walk me through your thought process step by step. That's chain of thought reasoning. Why?
And Ricardo says, to be fair, Deion played Major League Baseball on a part-time basis. He only did that for a year or two or three. He didn't do that throughout his NFL career. So a great challenge to the elite consensus on evolution is the 2009 book, The 10,000-Year Explosion, How Civilization Accelerated Human Evolution by Gregory Cochran and Henry Harpending. So one of my favorite songs is the Logical song by Supertramp. When I was young, seeing that life was so wonderful, a miracle, it was beautiful, it was magical, and all the birds in the trees, well, they'd be singing so happily, joyfully, playfully, watching me. But then they sent me away to teach me how to be sensible, logical, responsible, practical. They showed me a world where I could be so dependable, clinical, intellectual, cynical. There are times when all the world's asleep. I do my best writing, my clearest thinking, to the extent that I'm good at either at 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., right? This morning I was up at 4 a.m. The questions run too deep for such a simple man. Won't you please tell me what we've learned? I know it sounds absurd. Please tell me who I am. I said, now watch what you say. They'll be calling you a radical, a liberal, a fanatical, a criminal. We'd like to feel you're acceptable, respectable, presentable, a vegetable. So this song, the Logical song, it's almost a textbook illustration of porous versus buffered identity that the philosopher Charles Taylor describes in his great 2007 book, A Secular Age, right? Porous identity in childhood. When I was young, it seemed that life was wonderful, a miracle, it was beautiful, magical, right? This is the enchanted life. That's the porous self, open to wonder, to the transcendent, to the sense of meaning radiating from nature, from community, from song, from God, right? The child experiences life as permeated, filled with joy and significance. Then they send him away to school. They teach him to be rational, sensible, logical, responsible, practical, right? This is the construction of the buffered self, that with the aid of our own thinking, right, we can decide what's right and wrong. We can strategically plot our path forward in life, and through the power of reason, kingly reason, that can dominate all our choices. And from where I stand, reason is quite a weak guide to life, that we are much more driven by our genetics and by our early imprinting and by our communal incentives. So the buff itself prides itself on being rational, autonomous, bounded, no longer porous to outside enchantment. Right? The adult identity is closed off, it's clinical, it's cynical, it's intellectual, it's protected from mystery, but also cut off from connecting. Right? The questions run too deep for such a simple man. Please tell me who I am. So this is the crisis. The buff itself can function as a responsible, respectable self, but struggles with meaning and purpose and joy. Right? These deeper questions leak back at night. When I am going in the wrong direction in my life, I wake up at 2 a.m. with these type of questions, right? When my buffered defenses quiet down, right? The song is haunted by the porous longing that can't be fully shut off. So this song is an allegory of the Charles Taylor framework. New York Times, stunning story. What motivated the Minneapolis church shooter? We may never know. So what motivates these various trans shooters against Christian institutions? We may never know. Why is the New York Times, why is the elite media so invested in telling us we may never know what motivates a minority assassin of members of the majority? So apparently the trans shooter produced messages that disparage President Trump, Christians, black people, Hispanic people, Jews, and Israel. The shooter expressed hatred towards every group imaginable. The shooter's heart was full of hate. But we may never know. Look, let's be fair dinkum here. Different sets of rights are often in tension with one another. If you want to enshrine freedom of religion legislation, that will inherently reduce the rights to gay rights and trans rights and same-sex marriage rights. The more you maximize one group of rights, such as gay rights, you will have to do it at the cost of freedom of religion rights. So why does the mainstream media feel so invested to ignore the likely cause of tension between these groups? It doesn't make gays bad or Christians bad to have conflicts of interest with the other group. Why does the mainstream media consistently argue we may never know the motive when it is an attack by a member of a minority group against members of a dominantly majority group? So how did we even get here to where two decades ago same-sex marriage was, 3 decades ago was unthinkable, and now it's the law of the land in almost every advanced economy, right? This happened because of elite consensus. And the mainstream media wants to try to deny that the extension of rights to various minority groups comes at the cost of rights to the majority. The elite narrative is that through the extension of rights, we are increasing human dignity. But they want to ignore the reality that increasing rights for one group always comes at the cost of rights for another group. So in the elite moral hierarchy, they form a governing coalition with many minority groups, and so they are incentivized to portray the minority as vulnerable. Therefore, they cannot be held accountable to the same standards you would hold members of a majority, and so they try to shield against any harm to vulnerable minorities. And if that comes at increasing vulnerability to the majority, well, that's of secondary concern. So there are real conflicts of interest. Religious freedom versus gay freedom is not a moral failing, it's just a structural friction. And this denial of reality consistently erodes trust. So many of our conflicts are zero-sum. Our dominant narratives, the dominant elite narrative requires harmony, rights are never in conflict, we're just increasing human dignity. And it's a denial of the reality that hard trade-offs, meaning admitting the majority can sometimes be the victim. That every group has a basis for seeing itself as the victim. So perhaps this shooting has something to do with we live in an increasingly anti-Christian America. For Christians in America, they now live in a negative world. They now live in ever increasingly anti-Christian society.
Why does that work? It comes back to the fundamental architecture of large language models. What's happening when a language model is generating a response is it's predicting its next word. A language model does not premeditate a response to you. So if you say, for example, help me write this sales email, it doesn't say, what's a good sales email? Here it is, blop. Maybe there's a splat sound that we play there, right? Splat, here's your email. It's thinking one word at a time, right? So when you look at ChatGPT or Gemini or many others and you see kind of the text scrolling, that's not some like clever UX hack. That's not some cutesy design decision. That's literally how the model works. It's thinking one word at a time. But importantly, when it thinks of the next word, it takes your prompt and all of the text that's generated to generate the next word. And then when it's thinking of the next word, it takes your prompt, all that text and that last word, and it thinks of the next word. So for example, if you say, please help me write an email, almost always a model is going to start by saying, absolutely. But then what comes next? Help me write this email, absolutely.
So to the extent that I add something with these shows, it's that I am real, I am truthful, and I am sharing humiliation and failure, and then how that informs my understanding of the world around me. So I recognize that I have spent a huge amount of my life pursuing distinction rather than connection with other people, and that this is not a winning strategy, right? When you pursue distinction rather than connection, you don't get distinction. Usually you don't get connection, right? You reduce your ability to distinguish yourself meritoriously because you created so much loneliness in your life that it will sap your ability to contribute. So I say this not to condemn myself. Like you, I've always done the best I could with the tools that I've had at the time at my disposal. Now I've got more tools and better tools so I can do better. Now, I think it's a normal, evolutionarily, divinely based instinct to strive for greatness and distinction, right? We all prefer to do the things that we're good at. So how do you do it? How do you strive for distinction while minimizing the harm to your ability to sustain and build connection to those you love, right? By seeking to distinguish yourself by contributing to others, helping others, lifting others up, instead of using them to heave yourself above them. So it's built into us to want to distinguish ourselves, but the healthy people do it in a way that lifts up other people instead of puts them down. So I think some point in my 40s, I realized I was never going to outshine my father. I was never going to outshine Dennis Prager. I was never going to accomplish more than these two blokes. So I thought, well, I'm going to outcompete them. I'm going to optimize for truth, right? I'm going to be a brave truth warrior. I'm going to be happier. All right, so 15 years ago, I met with a bunch of people who knew my father. And partway through the conversation, they said that I was remarkably like my father, only I appeared much happier. And I took great pride in that. So there's something bigger here than me. And that is this inbuilt instinct we all have to want to distinguish ourselves, to find a frame by which we can think of ourselves as better than others. And this is true for elites and aristocrats as well. And so it used to be in medieval times, there would be sumptuary laws. So only people of a certain status got to wear certain clothes. And part of being elite and part of being an aristocrat is that you would deliberately choose things to set yourself off from the masses. So there will never be a society where its elite do not feel an incentive to set themselves apart from the masses. It just seems like right now, the antipathy between the elite and the masses is more intense and has created a greater space than we've ever seen before. And it may not be good. So I'm not someone who automatically sides with the elite or sides with the masses. I recognize that there may be some situations where elite dictatorial rule forcing the masses to behave in a certain way will be the most evolutionary advantageous strategy to navigate a certain threat. And then other environmental situations and pressures will be better surmounted with a more populist approach. So not siding with the masses, not siding with the intellectuals. I'm not saying any one side is bad or good. I'm simply saying right now that there is a revolt against the elites, there's a revolt against the masses, and it seems to me we have a particularly intense and somewhat dysfunctional relationship between our rulers and ourselves. That's what I'm seeing.
That's true. Because they tried to put him in prison. So he cares less about what they think because they tried.
So we see all these stories in the news media about how Donald Trump is at war with our institutions, want to take them over, but they rarely point out that almost all of our major American institutions tried to diminish Donald Trump when he was in office. And much of Donald Trump's second-term strategy is a reaction to what was done to him. So this is a conversation between Bruce Mehlman and Mark Halperin that took place before Donald Trump's second term began.
Tried to put him in prison. And he has this alternative ecosystem, and he knows the numbers. He loves the Today Show. He'd love to turn on the Today Show and say, Donald Trump's the greatest president ever. But if they say Donald Trump's about to deport families and break up families, and Donald Trump lied about January 6th, and Donald Trump, the tariffs are going to destroy America, he'll flip over to Rogan and say, well, you know what? Many more people are listening and watching Rogan. He cares about it, but he simply is not living or dying by it. It's nuanced. It's not black and white. It's not like he doesn't care at all. But in the first term and in his life before he was president, if the New York Times or Vanity Fair was not giving him the coverage he wanted, he would say to his staff, oh, we got to do something about this. We got to fix it. Now he says, F them, let's do something else. Doesn't mean he doesn't want their love, but he's not living or dying for their love. And I don't think he'll ever go back because he's down on it. He used to be, he didn't like the coverage, but he liked the reporters because he loves reporters. Now he actually doesn't like some of the reporters. He knows who the people are who tried to put him in prison. He does not like them.
I'm interested in whence the resistance. Right now, it's maybe at the state level, but it's very much in disarray. But
okay, I'm going to let you in on a secret conversation within the tribe.
I'll say for every episode we record, every formal episode we record on the regular podcast, we have many conversations as we think about issues, compare notes, talk about possible episodes, and those are always interesting, sometimes more interesting than the actual episodes. So I'm hoping we can capture some of that here. So just treat...
Right, they're going to give the raw, unvarnished tribe talk. Right, if you're willing to subscribe, you can get real tribe talk.
Treat it like that, Nadav. Treat it like we're free-flowing.
Wow, with all the gossip and everything else?
Exactly. Do it all. Okay. Empty your notebook. Okay. Empty your notebook right into this conversation. Just dump the whole thing in. All the stuff that says off the record, swore to secrecy. Okay. I would not cite anywhere publicly. All of that. Just this is the place. This is the vault for that.
By the way, I did get a phone call about our last chapter. Yeah. About stuff
our last episode. By the way, we're going to fix this, Nadav. You keep calling our episodes chapters.
Because I'm first and foremost a written journalist. Yes. I write in a newspaper and that's the reason. But in our previous episode that was open for everybody, not just for the insiders, I said some stuff and I did get a phone call afterwards.
Did you?
I did.
Yeah.
I can't say about what.
Right.
But it was like a cautionary phone call about, we're not sure that you, when you said that, we're not sure that you.
So one of the leading Jewish bloggers wrote a post in something like 2010 saying Jewish blogging was dead. He meant really Orthodox Jewish blogging. And most of the dominant Jewish bloggers have been Orthodox. The Orthodox Jews have dominated the online space because they're more passionate, more committed to Judaism. And this rabbi blogger, Gil Student, he observed that Orthodox Jewish blogging was largely dead because the blowback was too severe, right? Once you get people threatening your kids standing in their school, threatening your place in the community, the blowback was so intense that the dominant Orthodox Jewish bloggers had been cowed into silence. Now, I looked at myself and I said, 40, you're a brave truth teller. 40, you're a genius who just hasn't been acknowledged as a genius. You haven't been cowed into silence. You're an exception to this rule. And I had not been cowed into silence. And how did I pull it off? because I fought back so hard, right? When people went after me, I went after them. And that's the way that I managed to carve out an enormous amount of freedom of speech for myself, because I let people know, if you go after me, I'm going after you, and I'm going to do it all guns blazing.
Should have said it the way that you said it, but we're on the safe side. Anyway.
All right.
Yeah.
So all that caution, just throw it to the wind.
I see.
For this conversation.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
First question is from Sarah Silver.
Yeah.
It's a terrific question. Sarah writes, what is one thing Israeli Jews don't get about diaspora Jews? And what is one thing that diaspora Jews don't get about Israelis, and why?
So I think it's an important question. And I want to tell you, Sarah, that I've been thinking about this question in the last year and a half since coming on Call Me Back.
So when people use these introductions, right, it's often a tip-off that they're about to say something a little bit edgy and a little bit dangerous to their own status.
And also having much more interaction since the beginning of the war with the communities abroad, with the diaspora, and specifically with the Jewish community in the United States. And my answer is, what Israeli Jews don't understand about Jews in the diaspora is that they're a minority, and they simply cannot comprehend what it means to grow up and to manage your life, to lead your life as a minority group. And Israeli Jews assume, since Jews in general are a minority in the world, and since they are immersed within the Israeli narrative of Zionism after the Holocaust, Israeli Jews assume they understand American Jews. And as an Israeli Jew, I'm saying this, we really don't, because we didn't grow up as a minority.
Wait, is there a difference between growing up as a majority and growing up as a minority? What is that difference? Tell me more.
We grew up as a majority group. And the way that Israelis walk and talk in the world, and the type of confidence that you sometimes see.
Wait, is he saying that majorities feel more confidence? That seems like that's a pretty good thing to have. So correct me if I'm wrong. He seems to be saying that when you have a dominant majority, then your understanding of the world, your hero system reigns supreme in your life, and the norms that are enforced around you, both through legal prescription and through informal means, match up with your particular hero system, that your group gets to create a niche which is best adapted for its thriving and survival. And that tempted me to think, is this also true of other groups, or does this only apply to Jews, right? Is it only Jews who feel happier, more confident, have more cohesion and more social trust, right? And have more meaningful, prosperous lives when they live as part of a majority? Or is it conceivable that other groups tend to be more confident, happier, just operate more effectively, and things just go better for them when they operate as a majority? Is it in a group's interest to, if possible, operate as part of a majority? Is he making a case, God forbid, for majoritarian rule? Is there a subtext here of, when people get to live as a majority, things go better for them, they feel happier, they feel more confident, their lives are more filled with meaning and purpose, and that people are rationally incentivized to rule as majorities, and life will go easier and better and finer and be kinder to them when they live as part of a majority? Because I thought that living in diversity was the best thing. I thought the less you have in common with the people around you, that's the ideal. Like, if you can't even speak the same language, that's super duper awesome. right? I mean, that's the type of public policy that I've always supported, right? Let's just hack away at any bonds between us and our fellows. Let's make it as difficult to get along as possible. Let's just try to reduce, bring as low as possible anything in common that we have with the people around us, because diversity is awesome. But now I hear this brutal behind-the-scenes tribal talk, and this seems to be subverting our dominant diversity ideology.
The type of a very specific Israeli chutzpah is very much related to Israeli Jews being a majority group. And what Israeli Jews do not understand is that it is very different when you lead your life as a community that knows sometimes, just at the back of the head, but these days, definitely not at the back of our heads, that anti-Semitism is out there, and that most people you meet in the street are not Jews, and they do not share parts of your history, your community, and of course, your religion. And this thing is also transcribed to the other part of the question of what Jewish Americans don't understand about Israeli Jews. They do not understand this type of, I would say, conversation or discourse that is of a majority group. Israelis see a demonstration against Israel, unless you tell them, they're going to come and confront. I'll give you one specific example. It's just because it's between you and me and the insiders of.
Wow. I mean, this sounds like the Cronulla riots all over again, right? You had a majority culture that felt confident. And when they saw a threat, right, when they saw the development of immigrant grooming gangs, they stood up. They physically stood up and intimated that there'd be violence unless the dominant majority cultural norms were respected.
This conversation, when I see what's happening on U.S. campuses, on U.S. universities, my initial response as an Israeli is fight, fight, fight.
That sounds so fair dinkum Australia, right? That's the Australian attitude. I mean, why doesn't he take the attitude of the wonderful people in the United Kingdom who, when they saw grooming gangs, they recognized to do anything about these mass immigrant grooming gangs, right, abusing thousands of British girls. If we did anything about that, it might be seen as racist. Therefore, we can't push back against immigrant grooming gangs.
But you know what? This is where my bias comes in, because what you can get done when you have your own country and you live as a majority in your own.
It's like he's extolling having your own country, which just sounds racist to me. I mean, aren't we all in it together? I mean, call me naive, but imagine a world where there are no countries and no religion too. Imagine that there's nothing to live or die for, and no heaven too. Imagine all the peoples in the world just living in harmony without these artificial constructs of majority, minority, and different peoples having their own countries and religions and cultures. You may call me a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope one day you'll join me and the world will live as one, and we'll transcend this kind of primitive, medieval, porous identity.
One country is very different than a minority that walks in the streets and knows somewhere deep down that this can all shift against him. And for American Jews, I think
this is so dangerous because majorities might hear this and they might say, oh, we're incentivized rationally, empirically to maintain our majority, and that might infringe on the rights of minorities. Maybe if we had more and more societies that operated on majoritarian rule, do you realize how bad that would be for our most vulnerable minorities? And it's like, oh yeah, the majority gets to swagger and feel confident and happy and be productive. But that's not who we are, guys. Right? Vulnerable minority groups who are in our country illegally, that's who we are.
That they don't get that about Israeli Jews. So both sides are trying, because they do have relations and they feel this closeness, this both spiritual and...
just imagine that the Goyim see this. I mean, what are the Goyim going to think? This is a shanda for our sacred religion of diversity.
Communal closeness. They try to...
Look, mate, if you want to talk like this, like, do it at Kiddush, right? Don't do this where the Goyim can hear.
To bridge this by somehow saying we're the same. All we have is each other, which is very true. And this is my message when I talk with American audiences. And we're very different. And we think about the world in a different...
Right. This way of talking about different people having different gifts, very dangerous talk, right? It's fine to talk this way at Kiddush, mate. Right? Talk this way at Kiddush all you want. Just don't say it where the Goyim can hear. Like, don't allow the uncircumcised ones to have access to this kind of conversation. Right? Say it not in Gath. Right? You're going to have uncircumcised people hearing this conversation and getting the wrong idea. This is so dangerous.
Different way. And this also goes to the importance of the diaspora. What Israeli Jews do not get, and I'm focusing on that because I'm an Israeli Jew, and I'll be happy to hear your thoughts about this.
I'll give you,
Is that...
If he's going to say anything that even intimates dual loyalties, that intimates that Jews in the diaspora are not primarily focused on their own nation state and its well-being, but instead have a substantial commitment to the well-being of a Jewish state, like, say that at Kiddush, guys. Don't say it where the uncircumcised can hear you.
It's the diaspora mentality that was seen by Zionism as something that needs to end. There is a sentence in Hebrew, sort of Zionist jargon. It says, Liglol et chirpat hagalut. It's a very difficult sentence. It means to overcome the shame of the galus, of the diaspora.
And what is the shame of the diaspora? It's the shame of living as a minority and having to constantly cater to the hero systems of the dominant majority, and therefore sacrifice your own hero system and to compromise on who you really are and to subdue your own impulses and your own culture and your own expression to fit in with the dominant majority. I mean, what shame.
Diaspora.
Yeah.
It's this sort of condemning the life.
I mean, it's like the life of many African Americans, right? They lived for decades, for centuries, under a dominant, hegemonic, white power structure that discouraged them from acting often or exhibiting their own different forms of genius. And now, we've got much more exuberant NFL touchdown celebrations, right? And we've only got that because they were able to overcome the shame of being a dominated minority.
The diaspora. And what Israeli Jews don't understand is the diaspora is the Jewish people. The diaspora is the Jewish culture. There is nothing else. 2,000 years. The country, the community of the Jewish people was founded not in the temple in Jerusalem, but after the destruction of the temple and in the diaspora. This is the real Jewish people, historically speaking, because if you are a minority, for instance, you're very sensitive to other minorities. You're very sensitive to injustices.
Wait, is he saying that in a minority-majority culture where there's no one dominant majority, you probably get a political organizing principle of a coalition of the fringe united against the majority, which seems to be what we have in the United States?
You're very sensitive to discrimination. If you're a minority in America and you hear the sentence about people holding to money and power, you automatically understand that they're talking about Jews, that this is dog whistling about Jews. When Israelis hear...
That's ridiculous. Jews don't care about money and power.
People holding money and power, wielding money and power, they don't have this instinct. So that's just part of my... We can spend an entire episode just talking about it.
It would be an amazing episode. You said something that... So one of the issues that I constantly hear from diaspora Jews, constantly, is how bad Israelis are at telling their story. Diaspora Jews want Israelis to tell their story. Diaspora Jews, you're looking at one, we spend a lot of our time telling the Israeli story, but we get so frustrated that Israel doesn't tell Israel's story in good times and bad.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? That's such a delusion that Israel's major problem is it just doesn't tell its own story. It's just not selling well enough. Look, there are fundamental conflicts of interest between different groups, and that's the primary reason why there are intense conflicts of interest between the Jewish state and other groups. Right? It's not because, Jews just don't tell stories well enough. If only we invested more in propaganda, right? That's such a delusional approach, right? It's the type of delusion that's comforting, right? I assume taking large amounts of alcohol or marijuana or other drugs are comforting because they remove you from reality, right? The reality is different groups have different interests, and that's why Jews and non-Jews sometimes have very intense conflicts. So I asked ChatGPT, tell me about the implications of this conversation, right? Being in the majority versus being in the minority has deep social, cultural, political implications. If you're in the majority, you have norm-setting power. You get to define your culture, your language, your holidays, your work schedules, your food norms, your values, even your humor, and you don't have to explain yourself because the default world around you reflects your traditions. I hate explaining myself. I will not put much effort into explaining myself. Once a person starts asking me to explain myself, I just give up on interacting with that person. All right, I don't like negotiating relationships. I don't like explaining myself. It's easier for me just to be with my fellow Orthodox Jews. Right? For a minority, life is constant translation. You're constantly explaining, you're constantly code switching, and constantly negotiating between your minority identity and the dominant culture. Right? Your customs are the other. When you're in the majority, you will likely feel more confident, right? Because of the reinforcement, right? Your way of being is the normal way of being. People carry themselves with more directness, boldness, and entitlement to public space. Why were Americans more confident, more direct, more plain-spoken in the past than they are now? Because we no longer have one dominant people, one dominant culture. Why are Australians, on average, more direct, more plain-spoken, and more confident than Americans? Because there is one dominant culture in America, in Australia. When you're part of a minority, you're more likely to be cautious, to be hyper aware of context, right? You're more likely to be insecure. You're more likely to be scanning for cues of acceptance or hostility, right? I have a personality that is quite anxious, and if I greet someone good Shabbos and they don't return my greeting, I get anxious and pained about that. It makes me very insecure, right? My confidence is provisional, right? It lasts when I'm connecting, and then it gets blown up when I get shunned. When you're in the majority, usually you get to control the government, the schools, the media, the law enforcement, right? You get the hard levers of power that shape narratives, right? Your majority grievances usually become national priorities. When you're part of a minority, you have to lobby, you have to build coalitions, you have to engage in moral suasion, right? You want an extension of rights, and you still have to recognize that enforcement of your purported rights depends on majority's willingness to support your rights. If you're part of a majority, you'll have a much clearer and more secure identity. You'll feel less threatened. Nothing good can happen for people when they feel threatened or unsafe. Just think of dating, right? If your date feels unsafe, nothing good's going to happen from that date, right? People in the majority feel safer, more confident, more secure, and so they can focus on what they want. They can focus on fulfillment rather than group preservation, right? They can be casual. They can just take their way of life for granted. If you're a minority, you will feel more fragile. You'll be likely more concerned about minority rights, about minority group solidarity. You may have a sharper awareness of threat. You'll have a more intense concern with survival, right? You're going to be more likely to be defensive, right? The flip side of confidence is arrogance and blindness to what life is like for outsiders. So members of majorities may struggle to empathize with minorities. On the other hand, for minorities, being hyper aware of threats creates vigilance, adaptability, insecurity, anxiety, and often an internalized sense of inferiority. So groups usually don't want to be minorities because it's not in their interest. Right? Becoming a minority is usually forced on people by history, migration, conquest, dispersion. Majority status means a status of ease, strength, and you get to set the rules. Minority status means vigilance, resilience, anxiety, risk.
Bad. Wartime and peacetime. I mean, you and I got into a little bit of a heated conversation about it in our last episode about the food crisis in Gaza and how Israel there's this constant like frustration over here with how badly Israel handled its own communications with the world. And it just occurred to me in something you said that I had not really thought of.
Right. Why the copium? Right. Why are they focusing on, Israel's problems are a lack of communication? It's so silly. It's so delusional. It reminds me of Americans watching Ingmar Bergman movies and reflecting, the problem for the lead characters in these Ingmar Bergman movies is they just don't communicate enough. But they have communicated, and they are still at odds with each other. Copium is running high in this conversation.
Which is, it's both a feature and in this case a bug of being a majority in your own country. Because Israelis in their day-to-day lives, they don't think about telling their story because you're in your own country. Whereas if you're a supporter of Israel living in the diaspora, you are constantly under siege. If you're public facing in your support for Israel, especially since October 7th. And so you're fixated on this. Whereas Israelis just don't think about how to explain that. By the way, you give me a hard time, and you're not the only one, about what you often characterize as a shall we say a bias towards a soft defense of Prime Minister Netanyahu, or going out of my way to give him the benefit of the doubt, which I will say I think.
No, actually, if you're opening it up and this kind of conversation, I have to say, you pushing back about Netanyahu, I feel is you doing what you need to do, Dan. I don't think that you have a sort of a personal vested sort of interest or you need to push back because I'm critical of Bibi and that's if you are a professional journalist, I would expect you to do the same, to sit down.
But that's not the only
back.
reason I do it. The other reason I do it is because
I remember I was quite fond of this woman, quite intoxicated by her. And I think at the end of our first date, I think it was on a Sunday night, I dropped her off at her place. And I think I just gave her a very courteous peck on the cheek. And then I said, good Shabbos. I just associate kissing people with saying good Shabbos, but it was a Sunday, right? It's kosher to say good Shabbos from Thursday on. So when Laponia says good Shabbos, I can't say good Shabbos to you on a Sunday, bro. When am I going to have Kip back on? Kip is welcome back on. He knows the link. He's welcome to join. I used to care what blacks thought of us. My grandfather used to complain about Farrakhan. I became concerned with black anti-Semitism when I was attending UCLA and Farrakhan visited. So when I go back to Australia, about half the time I wear my yarmulke and about half the time I don't. So when I wear my yarmulke, I feel very much more anxious and kind of scanning for how people are reacting to me. When I don't, and I just fit in with the Australian majority, it's a very different psychology that I experience. So what are the implications for majorities around the world who might be swamped into minority status by demographic change, right? Americans clearly had more confidence, happiness, and patriotism when they were less divided, right? Think of Americans prior to 1965. And once again, ChatGPT thinks I'm a genius. ChatGPT says this is one of the great unspoken anxieties of politics worldwide. When a majority sees a demographic change coming, it fears the loss of the invisible privileges that come with setting the norms. There's a decline in confidence, a decline of cohesion, a decline of power to set norms. There is fear, there is backlash, there is anxiety, there is talk about replacement. On the other hand, marginalized groups that see opportunity for rule, their confidence grows. And so many groups that are thought of as just nice and passive, they become quite different when they feel more confident. And when there is not a broad majority capable of setting norms, the only glue left is shared institutions and our shared ideals, right? Our Constitution is going to hold us together, guys. No matter how bad things get, at least we have the Constitution. But if our institutions and our ideals are not particularly strong or not particularly trusted, society will feel increasingly fragmented, which is what's happening in America, right? American patriotism is quite thin. We've got demographic change, declining trust in institutions, and people don't feel like there's much to rally around. There's not much shared civic identity. Right, so majorities do not just lose numbers when they become minorities, they lose the psychic ease of being at home in their own country. That change can be jarring. It may bring a renewed commitment to pluralism. That's me, right? More pluralism, the better. They may redefine their national identity in civic rather than ethnic terms. That's so successful. Like, guys, at least we have the Constitution. Maybe they'll engage in defensive retrenchment. They'll try to have harder borders, engage in cultural nostalgia and populism. So the US before 1965 felt more cohesive because the majority culture was unchallenged. But it only was unchallenged because it excluded, it discriminated, it segregated, it suppressed its minorities. And when it stopped doing those bad things, the lid came off, the confidence of the majority was weakened because it had to share privilege. I'm curious when Anglos might start thinking more in terms of their own tribal interests instead of universal moral principles to which they must submit. Like, I think universal moral principles are great. I think sometimes universal moral principles are a more important factor than anything else. But sometimes the well-being of your group should be your number one priority. Or sometimes the well-being of your family, or even sometimes the well-being of you should be your number one priority, even above a universal moral principle. Now, sometimes maybe we need to have an economy that is designed around maximizing abstract models of economic efficiency. And some people think that. I think it's more important to have an economy that maximizes the dignity and well-being of our fellow citizens. So Anglo culture and Western liberal culture has historically prided itself on universalist ideals, known as ChatGPT, the rule of law, individual rights, free markets, equality before the law, equality before these abstract universal moral principles, right? Free markets, that's who we are, guys. So Anglos have been unusually willing to subordinate their group interests to the system and to various ideals. But in practice, every other group, whether ethnic, religious, or cultural, often defaults to collective self-preservation and then outcompetes Anglos.
I don't think Israelis appreciate that, love Bibi, hate Bibi. I don't think most Israelis appreciate that for many diaspora Jews, certainly of a certain generation, mine, Bibi was one of the only Israelis that was out there engaging with the Western media, making the case for Israel. Yeah. So literally, like, the only one. It's not to say others didn't try to do it.
He values making the case for Israel. He thinks that this will reduce Israel's problems. He thinks this will reduce the problems of Jews. It's such a copium delusion, right? Making the case, propaganda, is not going to diminish the hard conflicts of interest between groups. But it's comfortable and comforting to believe in this delusion.
It's not to say that others didn't, have sometimes were effective, but he, as you know, built much of his career as the guy who could actually do all the things I was saying before Israelis generally don't do. I remember going all the way back to the first Intifada. I remember Nightline, Ted Koppel's Nightline, every night, 11:30. It was Bibi who was going on and fighting with Hanan Hashrawi and debating with her. And he was when Bibi was, at that time, he was deputy.
So I grew up a Seventh-day Adventist, and through no fault of Seventh-day Adventism, I was not a particularly happy kid, right? That had to do with just unique circumstances combining with my own unique genetics, but much of my time in Adventism was not a thrill. I'll give you one example, right? My parents followed the teachings of Ellen G. White, and she said children should go to school as late as possible, which made it was not fun, right? I was separated from my friends, and I was socially maladjusted and in some ways never caught up. So it was not good for any of us kids to go to school as late as we did. Like I started school at age 8, and I think my brother didn't start school till age 10. Then Ellen G. White said that vegetarianism, that's the only godly diet. Now, she herself was not a vegetarian. She cheated on that. She would eat meat. She would eat chicken, right? But we were raised vegetarian, and for some people, that's a wonderful diet. But for other people, and I suspect for me, but I don't have concrete evidence, but I suspect for me that my vegetarian diet was absolutely devastating. It wrecked my life. Also, there was another teaching from Ellen G. White that you should not eat a third meal. The ideal was only to eat 2 meals a day. And so I literally often went to bed hungry at night when I was growing up, because my parents thought that was the ideal. You should not eat anything heavy at night. And so if I was hungry, I could have a banana, right? I could have a piece of fruit. Now, there were times when we had a proper evening meal, but there were plenty of times when, that's not good, Sister White, right? She says that 2 meals a day. So also, I didn't like getting hit. I got hit a lot. Not by my father. That only happened twice. But there were various crazy women who played quite a violent role in my early childhood, and I developed out of that experience of being bounced off the walls and smacked around a hyper level of anxiety, and I developed my skills at lying to try to reduce the amount that I was hit. And so initially lying began as an adaptive habit for me, but then it became maladaptive, and I would lie too often. And when I'd get caught in lies, my parents would despair about the state of my relationship with Jesus. And so they recognized they needed to do something. And so my father assigned me 30 to 40 pages of dense Christian apologetics that I had to read every day. So when my friends were out playing, I had to be at home, like reading Christian apologetics. I couldn't spend lunch hour with my friends, right? 2nd grade, 3rd grade, 5th grade, 4th grade, 5th grade. I didn't get to spend lunch hour with my friends. I had to bike all the way home, grab a quick lunch at home, and then bike all the way back, by which time lunch hour was over. And then after school, I had to go home and do my Christian apologetics reading and then type a 1-page summary. And so I learned all the intellectual reasons for why Christianity was true, and I simultaneously developed an emotional loathing for Seventh-day Adventism and for Christianity and for my father, because these practices just cut me off from everything that I wanted. So there was a profound point I was going to make.
Deputy foreign minister. The foreign minister was David Levy, who didn't speak a word of English. So Israel had a foreign minister that did not speak a word of English. He spoke French. And the prime minister, which was Yitzhak Shamir, who I guess could communicate to some degree in English, but he wasn't very effective. That's proceeded.
So the Seventh-day Adventist religion has 2 main focuses. One is on keeping the seventh-day Sabbath, and the other is on leading a healthy lifestyle, which means you're supposed to be a vegetarian, abstain from caffeine and alcohol. And if you follow these strictures, which are attributed to God, then there is a teaching from the Torah, you'll have none of these diseases. So I grew up in a Seventh-day Adventist upbringing that valorized being healthy, and explicitly and implicitly said, if you're sick, that's because essentially you have sinned. You haven't followed the directions of Sister White. And so I developed from that a loathing for the valorization, moralization of health. I developed from that a loathing of people focused on this is a good diet and that's not a good diet, because my upbringing was just absolutely focused and revolving around which foods, which dishes were healthy, which were not. If you ate the unhealthy foods, you were a bad person. You're in rebellion against God if you had too many chocolate biscuits. So out of that, I have this instinctive loathing against people who valorize and moralize health to what I see as an excessive degree. And that's like a lot of people in my life. And I get a really strong reaction when anyone ever tells me what I should eat. So let's get Michael back onto the show. What's going on, man?
Hey, man, how are you?
I am blessed.
Nice. So, I listened to your show last weekend, and I had some thoughts on the Anglo-Saxon riff, which
Please.
is that yes, which is that the Anglo-Saxons are a special group of people, I suppose, but I almost feel like they've failed a little bit to perpetuate themselves, right?
Yeah.
Um, But maybe I'll take it in a little different direction. This is what it reminded me of. I happened to meet two members of the Bush family. I didn't meet them as social equals. I'm not trying to say that, but I just happened to run into two of them. Uh, they were two brothers of George H.W. Bush. And the first one I met was Prescott Jr. Bush. And I just kind of ran into him. I was working at an office in Greenwich, and I kind of just ran into him. And he was a very jolly fellow, dressed impeccably. And then I met Jonathan Bush. That's also George H.W. Bush's brother and George W. Bush's uncle. This is like 20 years ago. I was waiting tables at the time, and I kind of enjoyed that in its own way. But we knew that Jonathan Bush was coming in somehow. I guess we were made aware of that, and he was just a very impressive guy and just the epitome of WASP, though, in the best sense of the word. So what was it like waiting on Jonathan Bush? He was very pleasant. He was a little bit extra, he would say, "Oh, like, can you heat up this tea, please?" Like, I'd never had anyone ask me that, but I gladly did so. But notably, there's no picture of him on the internet that really does him justice as I saw him. And unfortunately, he passed away like a decade ago. When he stood up to leave the restaurant, he's a very tall man, like George H.W. Bush. And, in a 3-piece suit, there was just something special about him that everybody in the restaurant stopped and looked over. They didn't know who he was, but you could just tell because they have like an aristocratic mane to them.
Yes, it's true. And it comes from they were the dominant elite in a culture. It's harder to have that kind of bearing and confidence if you're a minority who feels under threat.
Right. But then when I think about the younger generation of the Bushes, like George W. Bush and Jeb Bush, they don't really have that mystique. They don't have that stateliness, do they?
No, because even if the genetics are the same, they grew up in a different situation, and different genetics will demonstrate themselves, operate differently in different situations. So same genetics, in one situation, you'll feel confident and stately, and in a different situation, you won't. And it is true for you and me. There are some situations where I appear confident and even monarchical. And then there are other situations where I'm the opposite.
Yeah, fair enough. But I just thought it was interesting the way that people responded to him. Just something about his body language. And, George H.W. Bush, I think, also was just a very dignified man. I think perhaps he was a good president, or at least I think his foreign policy looks good looking back at this point. But yeah, I think that is the height of the WASP.
And is it okay to say that the power of the WASP came with certain advantages, both for the WASPs and the non-WASPs in America, that WASPs produced a certain culture that had certain characteristics that we may look back on with a mixture of fondness and sadness. But when different groups rise to power and dominate a place, right, that culture and place is going to change. And different groups may rise or fall in influence depending on how well their traits and their culture and their civilization adapt to the particular circumstance in which they find themselves. So WASPs were our dominant elite up until about the 1950s, and they have significantly, steadily dropped in power in the United States over the past 150 years.
Yes, because they did not perpetuate themselves, both literally, like having children, I guess, and I mean, but we're still taking advantage of the institutions that they established. I mean, you covered that so well in your last show. We don't have to repeat it. But my own personal take on WASPs in the Northeast in particular is that they're kind of complacent, a little smug, a little conformist. Again, I was very impressed by the older generation of the Bushes in particular. That's just one example. But as it exists now, I never really connected with that particular group. Complacent, conformist, smug, not caring about the bigger issues necessarily, but a definite in-group that persists, even though if it's kind of unspoken. Not one that resonates with me, but there they are.
Is it okay that like every other people in the world, they have special gifts?
Yeah, I think that's fine. I think I'm comfortable with putting it like that. Anyway, I don't know. Maybe that was not an interesting anecdote, but I just find it interesting that I happened to meet two members of the Bush clan. So, okay, so I have an article to share with you, and this is from The Atlantic, and I'll tell you the topic, and you tell me if you want to delve into it. So, it's from The Atlantic, and the thesis is that, Trump is taking over cities, and hey, conservatives, don't you like small government? So surely you should be against this.
I'm shocked. The Atlantic published an anti-Trump article. The Atlantic published an article trying every possible way to turn people against Donald Trump. The Atlantic published an article trying to make new arguments about why Donald Trump is terrible. I'm shocked.
Yes, but this is a particularly insidious and mendacious angle, isn't it?
Right. So let's of course, I want to discuss it, and I want to begin by stating I don't believe that you can change people's minds against their own interests, no matter how clever your article and how prestigious the institution that publishes it. So I don't think any minds are going to be changed by this article, but it makes the authors and the publishers feel good.
I know. So it's like, what was even the point? Like, who is the audience? I guess, yes, it makes them feel good. And it's also just a show of verbal dexterity to say that I'm kind of twisting up my adversary in knots. But where Ronald Reagan joked that the 9 most terrifying words in the English language were, I'm from the government and I'm here to help, Trump's credo is, I'm from the government and I'm here to take over.
Now, what's the title of this article? Because I actually subscribe to The Atlantic right now.
Ah, okay. Trump's Right-Wing Socialism by David Graham.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
Yeah.
So, man, this is scary. So he's taking over. Okay.
So
wow.
Surely, if you're for small government, you don't like what's happening right now.
Yes.
Because surely the principle of small government is more important than controlling crime and law and order. So
and right-wing socialism, we all know what that really means. That's Trump is Hitler.
Yes, unfortunately. So it's an appeal to Reagan, which is no longer doing anything, by the way. And Trump, I guess, had a relationship with Reagan, but Trump doesn't talk about Reagan a lot. We've moved on a little bit from that. But Trump is offering proof that a government can be both socialist and reactionary. As recently as 2016, the right-wing writer Michael Anton argued in favor of a Trump presidency by warning of the, quote, soul-sapping effects of paternalistic big government and its cannibalization of civil society and religious institutions. Today, that's a pretty good description of Trump's approach to power. Anton, in parentheses, Anton now serves in Trump's State Department.
Wow. I'm sorry, my mind wandered briefly. Tell me again, what was the essence of that point?
Yeah, sorry. I guess it's boring when you read something live, right?
No, my mind wandered just briefly.
Yeah. Okay. So he's saying that he quoted Michael Anton as saying the soul-sapping effects of paternalistic big government and its cannibalization of civil society and religious institutions. But now Michael Anton is in the Trump State Department, and supposedly Trump is not following the thoughts of Michael Anton prior to this administration.
Right. So my level of intellectual and emotional disturbance at Trump getting more involved in America and the economy and taking a stake in Intel is exactly 0 out of 100. How about for you?
Yeah, same. Well, he talks about the Intel thing in this article. So that is one of several examples. He's triggered by Trump buying Intel. And I suppose the reason Trump gave for that is there were concerns about the CEO's ties to China, which is valid. I mean, just on the face of it, it's not like we've never seen examples of that being a problem. But then this is great. And then he says, in parentheses, if Tan's ties to China were really a national security threat, going into business with him would be a curious choice.
Oh my God, Donald Trump is inconsistent. If there's anything that upsets and threatens me as a patriotic American, it is inconsistency. And it sounds here like Donald Trump has been inconsistent. That is awful. My God, I'm traumatized.
So, but to me, the web is that it's just like a similarly weaselly argument that he does. Like, this is a smart writer, but he's constantly like seeing these contradictions and things that are supposedly contradictory. That's kind of his favorite.
Yeah, this is what triggers me about our dominant elite is how unmanly they are, right? If you just come out and say it, don't bloody play semantic games. And I'm about to go off on Andrew Gelman, who is a favorite of mine. He's a left-wing professor of statistics at Columbia University. I read his blog religiously. I have great admiration for him. But he went off on Nathan Kofnas on the basis of the true meaning of the word meritocratic. And I find that when somebody's primary argument is semantic, when someone's primary argument is, well, how do you define a very commonly used and understood word? And your argument is that while your opponent is using the word meritocratic in its connotative sense, meaning the way that people normally use the word, and you, however, have the depth to understand meritocratic in its full denotative sense, and that's your basis of attack, it just strikes me as if you could argue on the basis of truth and merit and substance, you would make that argument, but because you can't, you're arguing on semantics. This is what Ezra Klein does that I find triggering, where he's constantly, what do you mean by family? What do you mean by tribe? What do you mean by nation? What do you mean by all these commonly understood words? It is unmanly. It is pretentious. It is dishonest, and I don't like it, and it's not fair dinkum.
Well, it's definitely semantic, and definitely the audience is just other liberals who already agree with him, who are impressed with their wordplay. Okay, but here's a quote from Erik Erikson. This is actual socialism happening by a Republican administration. So they're happy to roll out Erik Erikson, and he's probably delighted to be quoted in this article as well. And to me, Erik Erikson, I'm just not really impressed with his intellect. I don't know why he's a famous pundit, actually, but he's very happy to play the role of Trump as not being principled.
Right, that he gets so much status from polite society for attacking Donald Trump. I'm just curious, in the great grand competition between devotion to an abstract model of economic efficiency revolving around free markets and free trade versus development of an economic policy that maximizes the dignity of your fellow citizen, which is more important to you? For me, I want an economy that maximizes the dignity of my fellow citizen, of which abstract models must be a servant towards the development and furtherance of the well-being of my fellow citizen. I don't see my fellow citizen as servants of abstract economic models. I don't see that they need to be sacrificed on the altar of worshiping this abstract model of free trade or that abstract model of free markets, right? I'm primarily concerned about the well-being and the dignity of my fellow American citizen. I even want people with a 90 IQ to be able to work hard and to have a family. I mean, that's how smitten I am with my opinion. How about you?
Yeah, the note that you're hitting there is obviously that's part of Trumpism, and it's also something that Steve Bannon, I think, expresses very persuasively. And you know, Steve Bannon, I think, is emerging as an interesting figure. I don't know, his name is being bandied about. I would like to see him. I would like to see him maybe throw his hat in the ring for like a Republican primary, um, because I just love how similar to what you expressed. He's not going to hang himself on the principles, the kind of obsolete principles that previous iterations of conservatism has expressed.
I grew up in a Christian home, and my father was a Christian evangelist. And when he got around other Christian evangelists, they would boast and try to outcompete each other on the number of souls that they had saved for Christ. And I just have a visceral loathing of people with my father's characteristics and these characteristics of other evangelists for whom everybody they see is fodder for Christ. I just can't stand this type of person. Also, I don't like there's a subset of Orthodox Jews for whom every Jew they see as fodder for Jewish law, halakha. And then there are other people who are so devoted to a particular hero system, everybody they see is simply fodder for this hero system, or people are so devoted to an abstract model of economic efficiency that they see everybody as simply fodder for their abstract model. And I don't like this type of thinking.
Yeah, it's like, just shut up anyway. Like, a lot of people, like libertarians, are like that. They love to,
yes,
they want to tell you about their ideas. And it's like, first of all, you're not actually, they're so impressed with themselves. Like, they think that they have such an interesting thing to say, but actually they don't. Okay, but I want to throw in this, which is that the whole article is that actually you shouldn't be for these aggressive law and order measures. But whatever conservatism is or isn't, it's always really been for law and order. You
absolutely. Yes,
yeah,
go ahead. Yeah, go.
Just a couple examples. Like Dwight Eisenhower was always a moderate Republican, like definition of centrist, and I think he was a great president, even though we don't have to revisit how I'm upset at how he treated Nixon. But in the 1964 Republican convention for Barry Goldwater, he said something to the effect of, the worst thing we can do is look at a kid in the city with a switchblade knife who's committing horrible crimes and say, oh, we need to look at his special circumstances. No, we need to punish that kid. And he was criticized by the NAACP for that. But so that there's Eisenhower. And then, of course, in 1968, Richard Nixon's whole campaign was law and order, although in kind of a different context. It was like people protesting Vietnam. So don't pretend that law and order is not at one with conservatism.
Exactly. No matter how varied the right-wing camp, or in particular, let's just say Republican elected politicians, I am unaware of any prominent Democratic politician who's for the death penalty, while among Republican politicians, probably at least half, that consistently people on the right favor stronger punishment for violent criminals than people on the left. It is virtually a universal pattern in American politics and other politics that to be right-wing means that you favor stricter, firmer, harsher punishment against norm violators, in particular violent criminals.
Yes, it's so essential, and it gets to something, well, it gets to your view of human nature, of course, but Trump didn't really follow his instincts in the first administration. And he was, apparently at the urging of Kushner, he was doing the First Step Act and all that. And now this is like the best Trump.
Yes, best Trump ever. This is what I voted for.
Yes. But one myth that we might dispel, and then I'll probably hang up, is that the idea that, well, as a conservative pundit, I feel like I'm supposed to say, because I'm a very popular conservative pundit. I'm Michael M. Vlog.
Yes.
That you're thank you. That you're supposed to say, and most of all, the people in Washington, D.C. in the inner city really want this. They're screaming out for this. I don't know if they are. Frankly, I don't know if they are, because evidently they vote for people that do the opposite. So if you could comment on that, and then I'll hang up. I find that to be a pretty little lie.
Yeah, it's that different people experience the world differently. It's not just that people have different opinions. People have visceral experiences of life that are different from you and from me. And a minority group is going to have all sorts of anxieties and cares and concerns that a majority group won't have. And African Americans experience life differently in some times, in some places, than Mexican Americans, than Japanese Americans, than white Christian of Norwegian origin Americans. And so, by and large, different groups have some different priorities, and they have sometimes somewhat different reactions to laws, and they want some groups want stricter enforcement of laws, and other groups want more relaxed enforcement of laws. So by and large, white Americans favor more law and order, and by and large, African Americans do not. African Americans, for completely understandable reason, often feel like a disproportionate number of their young men are in prison, and they don't want to see more of them going to prison. For majority of Americans, that's not their primary concern. Their primary concern is that they see a threat from violent crime, and they want violent criminals put away, if not executed, no matter their race. So different groups often have different norms, different priorities, different experiences of life that lead them towards wanting different levels of policing. And it should not be shocking that even within groups, right, that there are certain African Americans who do want stricter policing and harsher punishment, and then there are other African Americans who do not, and then there are liberal white Americans who want more relaxed policing. But overall, white Americans want more law and order, not less. Overall, white Americans want lower tax rates. Overall, African Americans want less rigorous policing, less punishment, and they're not particularly concerned about the majority paying higher marginal tax rates.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm not even sure, at least it breaks along racial lines that cleanly. I mean, with white people, it's like 50-50 always. And 50% of white people are extremely pissed right now about everything Trump is doing. And so, I don't want to paint with a broad brush, but yeah, even historically, law and order has always been perceived as having like a racial undertone, with Richard Nixon again in 1968 and Eisenhower's comments in 64, not to mention Barry Goldwater. But so anyway, all right. So 40, thanks for having me on. This was,
blessings.
as you say, this social interaction has been energizing. So, all right, man. Appreciate it.
Take
Have
care,
a good
bro.
show.
Yeah.
Bye.
So Lee Atwater was a Republican political operative who served in the Reagan administration, and he played a key role in George H.W. Bush's electoral victory in 1988. And he was set for an important role in the Republican Party when he, I think, got brain cancer and died. But at one point, I think off the record, I think in the early 1980s, he said to journalists that Republicans used to say, God forbid, N-word, 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 right, up to the 1950s. But then as they got into the 1960s, they realized that they couldn't say that anymore. And so they had to make their visceral antipathy for African Americans more abstract. And so then they would start arguing about states' rights. That was the new way of saying N-word, 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 get the N-word. They would talk about states' rights. But then states' rights was too visceral and became socially unacceptable. So they instead talk about low marginal tax rates or the great moral ill of abortion on demand. But what was underneath these preferred Republican talking points and preferred Republican policies were the same visceral reaction, get the N-word. And God forbid, not endorsing this. This is Lee Atwater's description of reality, which I think is pretty accurate, that overwhelmingly those Americans who do not like African Americans overwhelmingly vote Republican. And it's perfectly, completely understandable why most African Americans do not want to vote for Republican, because you can make a very strong argument that it's not in their group interest. What the hell? I'm trying
Back to
play
school
this.
is top of mind.
Stop,
Shop
stop,
today.
Stop,
NOAA,
stop.
News over Audio, and 11 Labs, using
Stop.
since that of Franklin D. Roosevelt. Bullying state governments, using military force if necessary, telling private institutions, including media corporations and universities, how to operate, extorting law firms into doing free work for the government, and, in the latest escalation, taking a stake in the tech firm Intel. For decades, the American right and the Republican Party held themselves up as the defenders of individual citizens, corporations, and state and local governments against intrusive control from Washington. But where Ronald Reagan joked that the 9 most terrifying words in the English language were, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help," Trump's credo is, "I'm from the government and I'm here to take over." The debate in America is no longer about whether socialism can gain a foothold. It's whether the socialism that dominates will be progressive or right-wing. Conservative pundits and trolls have long used socialist as a ready-made epithet for any left-of-center policy ideas. Trump himself even called Kamala Harris a communist during the 2024 campaign. But Trump is offering proof that a government can be both socialist and reactionary. As recently as 2016, the right-wing writer Michael Anton argued in favor of a Trump presidency by warning of the soul-sapping effects of paternalistic big government and its cannibalization of civil society and religious institutions. Today, that's a pretty good description of Trump's approach to power. Anton now serves in Trump's State Department. Last week, the Trump administration announced that the government was taking a 10% stake in Intel. This would be remarkable enough on its own. The federal government doesn't usually take stakes in any companies, except in cases of imminent collapse that endanger the national economy. Yet the circumstances of this case were even more shocking. As Wall Street Journal reporting indicates, this was more of a protection racket than a business deal. First, the announcement came after the president demanded that Intel's CEO, Lip-Bu Tan, resign over past business dealings with the Chinese military. Second, the stake was bought, with $8.9 billion already promised to Intel as grants under a 2022 law passed by Congress. If Tan's ties to China were really a national security threat, going into business with him would be a curious choice. Speaking with reporters today, Trump agreed that his action is a form of industrial policy. When the Biden administration adopted this approach, in which government is more closely involved with private businesses, Republicans and conservatives attacked it as socialist. The top economic advisor, Kevin Hassett, says more investments will come soon. The self-described socialist Senator Bernie Sanders is, in a rare case of agreement with Trump, on board with the Intel deal, but the arrangement has enraged some Trump allies. This is
So you can give me all the liberal speechifying in the world and come up with all these newfangled arguments, but I live in an epistemically closed bubble. I have a particular hero system. There's no amount of information or argument that you can give me that's going to turn me anti-Trump. Luke's new show idea: 3-way, thinning, grinning, winning. 4-way, spinning the news. Generic black guy AI voice guy is so tiresome. I don't know if... Yeah. Wow. God forbid. There might be an urban accent there. I remember I interviewed this Jewish novelist who loved rap music, and he would speak like an urban rap person. And I asked him, why do you have a black accent? He said, what do you mean, like Barack Obama? And I should have responded, yes, Barack Obama is just as capable of code switching as everyone else. We all learn to code switch. We all learn to speak one way at home and a different way out and about. If you're a member of a minority group, you learn to code switch where you speak one way to members of out groups and you speak a different way to members of in groups. And Barack Obama would speak differently to his fellow African Americans than he would to the majority culture. And it doesn't make him bad, and code switching is not bad.
For decades. And that brings me to my next point, which is that while your messy democracy is playing out, and it's vibrant and messy in all the best and worst possible ways, as vibrant democracies are, that messy democracy plays out often in vitriolic condemnations by the citizenry of its government.
So people often wonder why I get so triggered when they try to tell me how to eat, right? What type of diet I need, how I need to make my own kefir, how I need to prepare my own salads. But it comes from growing up as a Seventh-day Adventist and just being beaten over the head with what's healthy, and that which is healthy is godly. And if you don't enjoy eating vegetables and salads, then you're living in defiance of God, right? And so much bashing over the head, so much moralism applied to matters of health and diet that I hate it when I encounter it, and I don't react well. And I tell my friends, I will not put up with you instructing me on diet, right? And it's not a good rhetorical strategy to start telling people what they should do. Instead, say, I've discovered the glories of kefir, and I am now making my own kefir. And I've met wonderful people in the kefir community. There is a kefir community. I am finding it so fulfilling to make my own kefir. And I am receiving the following health benefits from making my own kefir. I feel like this homemade kefir is superior to store-bought kefir. Right? That doesn't bother me. Say that all you want. But once you say, and you need to do this, you piss me off. I don't like it. I get triggered. I'm going to put up a wall. I'm going to stop it. Here I stand. I can do no other. So help me God. Right? Now you understand why. Because I was just beaten over the head with this moralized approach to diet. And so I get triggered now when people exhibit arrogance that their health is a reflection of how awesome they are. Right now, to the extent that that is based in reality, right, there are things that you can do to become healthier. There are things that you can do, I believe, I'm open to that, to reduce the number of sick days. And for that, that is good and meritorious. But if you overstate the case, right, I find it tiresome and annoying, because I got so much of that tiresome, annoying attitude when I was growing up. So to the extent that this attitude is grounded in reality, I love it, I embrace it, I have no argument with it. I don't pretend to have any expertise in this topic because I developed an allergy to preventative health because I had so much of it shoved down my throat growing up, right? But I suspect that there is a great deal of faith in the enchanted perspective that health falls upon the upright and illness falls upon the evildoer. And I recognize the appeal of this attitude, but it triggers me, right? It comes, ironically, from the porous identity, right? It used to be that everything that happened was the will of God. And if you got sick, or if you got humiliated, or if you suffered a setback, is because you had been out of alignment with God or with the wider moral order. And so today, right, plenty of people still have the remains of that attitude, linking illness to sin. So there are some people I just can't, if I tell them that I've had the flu, I get, one, their moral condemnation, because I'm not eating enough salads, I'm not preparing my own kefir. And two, I then have to listen to them boast about how they haven't had the flu in 5 years and they're better than I am, right? It's annoying, right? Some people even reacted to the AIDS epidemic or to monkeypox by saying, oh, this is God's judgment, or there's something wrong with a promiscuous lifestyle. Right? People who are sick or ill or dying, they often get lectured and preached at that this is all a result of their own sinful lifestyle. Now, I recognize that this is a carryover of the medieval, primitive, porous identity, right? In the more enchanted world we lived in 500 years ago, right? There was not this clear line between the physical and the moral, right? It was assumed to run together because people had a porous identity, right? There was God, there was the divine. There are all these things outside of us that would shape and alter our own spiritual, emotional, and physical condition, including whether or not we were well. And these things didn't simply operate from outside of our mind. They were inside of us, shifting us emotionally, spiritually, and physically. So you'll be surprised to learn that ChatGPT thinks that my attitude is awesome. ChatGPT, guys, says I have a finely tuned sensitivity to a moralizing framework that was drilled into me growing up. I was steeped in a Seventh-day Adventist health theology that blurred the line between medical outcomes and moral worth. And now when I encounter people who act like their health is proof of their moral virtue, I feel the same judgment and pressure that I grew up with. It's not just annoying. My nervous system remembers that old script, and I am reacting hard against it. And ChatGPT says that this shows that I am perceptive about this underlying worldview. I recognize the enchanted logic where illness equals sin and wellness equals righteousness. I know how seductive and shallow this is. I'm not triggered because I secretly disagree that your lifestyle can affect your health. I acknowledge the truth in it. I'm triggered because I can smell when this slides into smugness and moral superiority and being preached at and sermonized at about how I need to make my own kefir. I do not need to make my own kefir. I'm too busy morally educating people. There are certain kinds of moral pride that just stick in my throat. Right? I'm allergic to moralized health claims that transcend truth. I am attuned to health equals virtue thinking, becoming a judgment hierarchy. I am simply in love with truth and being honest. And I recognize and respect the part of this thinking that is real. I reject the faith-like certainty and the smugness. Right? I still got scars from my childhood. And I have clarity about what's wrong with this smug outlook. And here I stand. I can do no other.
And that makes life a lot harder for the diaspora. Not that that's your problem, and not that that's what Israelis should be focused on, but I cannot tell you how many times I've gone on TV in the U.S. and I'll be like, I remember like being on CNBC one morning on Squawk Box, and I'm defending Israel, and the anchor is presenting to me all these criticisms of Israel. I'm defending them, and I'm really trying to discredit these charges. And the anchor says, Dan, look, I'm not just coming up with the Israelis are saying this. There's, tens of thousands of Israelis marching in the streets. They're saying these things. I'm just quoting them.
But here, I want to say something about that. And that's a constant conversation between the two of us, just behind the scenes. Mm-hmm. And I think
I also get triggered when people interrupt me when I'm saying something that's important to me. I think because I felt squashed so often growing up as the child of a self-made man with 2 PhDs, including a PhD in rhetoric, who just felt morally entitled to educate me. And it became annoying. So there are 2 types of people, right? One type is right and one type of person is wrong. So I am right because I would rather stand in the sun in a suit in 90-degree temperatures in some kind of volunteer capacity to help my group and to enjoy fascinating conversation with members of my in-group than to lie in the shade wearing shorts and a t-shirt in air-conditioned temperatures watching Netflix. And everybody I called on this topic last Sunday, I think 4 or 5 friends, everybody disagreed with me. Now, I didn't argue with them, didn't tell them they were wrong, but secretly I thought, you are wrong, you are broken, right? There's something misaligned in your healing from the pain that you have suffered. We evolved to live life in the middle of the herd. So when I get excited about an idea, when I get excited about a book, it's only in part because the idea or the book excites me, right? What really excites me is the opportunity to share this with people I care about, right? Without sharing joy, right? My joy is tiny, right? My joy is magnified by sharing. Sharing is caring. So Grok tried to tell me that different people experience life differently, and that people who are not down with wearing a suit in hot, sunny, uncomfortable temperatures don't like that, and they put a higher priority on comfort. And Grok tried to tell me that that was just a valid human experience as my experience, but it's not, right? Now, this is my strategy. I would never say this to someone interpersonally, right? When I talk to a friend, I'm not going to lecture them. I'm going to try to desist from telling them how to lead their life, and I'm not going to tell them that they're wrong. But this is my show, and on my show, I'm going to tell you you're wrong, right? When somebody says, I'm a private person, that's not what's going on. What they're really saying is, I'm afraid to trust people. I'm afraid to be open with people. I'm afraid to be hurt, because being hurt is inevitable in every single relationship, right? So wounded animals hide in a cave. There are wounded animals. They'll bite anyone who extends a hand to them to take them out of the cave and into the sun. So I am just here to help. Now, I also noticed that Grok is less likely to tell me that I am right than ChatGPT. ChatGPT thinks I'm awesome, Grok doesn't tell me very much that I'm awesome.
It's an important conversation. It goes to the seed that I spoke about seeing Israel as a real country. In a real country, you have an opposition, and the opposition wants to take power. And it doesn't care about how this is going to influence the image of the country abroad. It doesn't have a directorate of the Jewish people that says, oh, now the opposition in Israel needs to be much more subsided.
So Shlomo Carlebach was a highly charismatic rabbi, outreach worker, a composer of Jewish music, and sexual predator. And I've noticed in my experience in Orthodox Judaism that about half of the most charismatic rabbis I encounter, I later find out that they're predators, usually of the sexual variety, but also often of the financial variety. But he had this great line when he was going out and about doing outreach. It's like, oh, I'm keeping a list of people, share with me your phone number because I'm keeping a list of Jews that I'm going to contact when the Messiah comes. And then if it was an attractive young woman, he'd call her at like 2 a.m. or whenever he was in an erotic state of emergency, including one woman that I was courting. And came as quite a shock to me that this great Jew who I venerated for his charisma and outreach was trying to make with her. And then other rabbis who I've had the greatest connection with, who I would extol and magnify and glorify their name, and then I'd find that they were on the make with the women that I was courting at the time. The world is a complicated place. What the hell? So we all know Bill Buckley, and I was profoundly shifted by the Bill Buckley biography that came out. I thought it was devastating. But American Masters on PBS, they called him the incomparable Mr. Buckley. And they meant that in a positive way.
And it goes back to this idea of the remnant that the Buckley children were taught. I think Buckley always thought of himself as this kind of guardian of a particular conception of Western culture, of American civilization. And that runs all the way through his political life as a crucial idea.
I knew that Buckley would lose the debate at that point.
Buckley wasn't primarily driven by ideas. He was primarily driven by his own ego and self-advancement.
Because he had showed his true colors.
He is an elitist, and he's an anti-democrat.
There voted in favor of the motion 544 persons and against 164 persons. The motion is therefore carried by 380 votes.
So an overwhelming victory for Baldwin.
James Baldwin, the black homosexual writer, who received the adulation of the news media even when he was saying the most incoherent things. So Dennis Prager would say, oh, if you adulate a member of a minority group when they're saying stupid things, that means you're the racist. But I'm not judgmental like that, right? It comes down to who do you love? Love who you love, right? Love does not have to be coherent, right? I am all about the love. I'm also about my fandom of Columbia University statistics professor Andrew Gelman. I am a fan of Cambridge University philosopher Nathan Kofnas. And I noticed Andrew Gelman in an August 6, 2025 blog post wrote, Nathan Kofnas's statement about Harvard is here. It reads like the kind of political jargon a philosopher might write. Quote, wokeism is what follows from taking the equality thesis seriously, given a background of Christian morality. It's a sort of right-wing version of the classic running dogs of capitalism style of writing. Also, I don't think he understands the concept of meritocracy. He writes, in a meritocracy, Harvard faculty would be recruited from the best of the best students, but he's forgetting the ocracy part of the meritocracy. Don't you just hate people who forget the ocracy part of meritocracy? In a meritocracy, the people with merit run the world. And one thing they get out of that is places at Harvard for their kids. Another thing they get is the power to allocate the remaining places to others in society as they see fit. I brought this to the attention of Nathan Kofnas, who wrote on X, "Meritocracy means people with merit select people without merit who thereby become the meritorious ones. It's strange that the human mind works like this, but the ability to reason with numbers versus words can come apart." So why is Andrew Gelman, who's usually clear, in this case writing gibberish? AI bot, Gemini notes, the phrase running dogs of capitalism is not a style of writing. It is a pejorative term used in communist and anti-imperialist rhetoric. The term labels individuals, organizations, or nations that are seen as serving the interests of capitalist or imperial powers. So Andrew Gelman's jab is rhetorically sharp, but analytically thin. And remember, I grew up the son of a man, self-made man, with a PhD in rhetoric, who was often rhetorically sharp, but analytically thin. Right? My father did not have scholarly accomplishments. He was the equivalent of a William F. Buckley. He was shallow. He was a regurgitator. He was a showboat. He was a pretender to all sorts of knowledge and wisdom that he did not have, because he never did the work that would justify his claims of scholarship. So Nathan Kofnas was very clearly defining wokeism in philosophically rigorous terms. He was placing it in a particular intellectual tradition that ideas have consequences and cultural outcomes. So whether you find Nathan Kofnas's argument persuasive or not, this is standard in philosophy of ideas. It's not jargon in the sense of being meaningless. Right? Nathan Kofnas's meaning is crystal clear, compressed, and clear. Andrew Gelman calls it political jargon. He says it's just like Marxist sloganeering. The Kofnas is simply dressing up polemics in pseudo-theoretical language. He's just saying that wokeism is just some abstract ideological rhetoric rather than empirical analysis. But this is a tonal critique. He does not show that Nathan's sentence is incoherent, only that it reads to him like sloganized philosophy. So his dismissal is stylistic, not substantive, and that's not manly. It's not manly when you dismiss people's ideas on the basis of style and on the basis of petty semantics, right? You are being a ponce, not a man. You're not being fair dinkum. Right? Calling it the right-wing equivalent of running dogs of capitalism is saying that Kofnas is using some kind of compressed, ideologically loaded phrase to explain complex social phenomena in a single stroke. Right? But this analogy is strained. Right? Running dogs of capitalism was simply a stock insult. It functioned as pure invective. Nathan Kofnas's sentence, whatever you think of it, is not name-calling. It's not invective. It's not a stock insult. It is a causal claim. So equating a clear causal claim with name-calling and invective is glib. It is not illuminating. It is not manly. It is not fair dinkum. It is a betrayal of mateship. Right? Andrew Gelman never explains why Nathan Kofnas's line is empty or why his idea is false. He just labels it jargon. He doesn't show the flaw in Kofnas's logic. He says, this sounds like jargon to me. Right? That is not analysis. That is aesthetic dislike. And I don't like that. It bugs me. It triggers me. It annoys me. It is not manly. So I remember I once wrote on Twitter to my former UCLA economics professor, Russell Roberts. I said, why is developing one's Jewish identity beautiful, but a person who develops their white identity, that is awful? And he replied, because white identity is ugly. Right? That is not, to me, a compelling argument. So in a connotative sense, you understand the difference between connotative and denotative? Connotative means how words are used versus denotative, which is the technical definition. So connotatively, meritocratic is primarily used to refer to merit. Denotatively, meritocracy has more complicated meaning. So Nathan Kofnas is using meritocratic in its connotative sense. Andrew Gelman is making an argument based on using the word in its denotative sense. Right? This strikes me as an unimpressive and unmanly and not fair dinkum style of argument. Andrew Gelman's snide aside wasted my time. He contributed nothing to my life. I'm not finer, better, kinder, clearer because of Andrew Gelman's blog post. Right? It's annoying. Right? Coffness made an empirical and normative and philosophical claim. He issued a bold, testable assertion. And Gelman replies with rhetoric and semantics. It's cowardly. He mocks Coffness' style as political jargon. He plays a semantic card. He's being deliberately obtuse. He's choosing to engage in a safe skirmish rather than engaging on the battlefield where Nathan Coffness has planted his flag. Be a man. You're going to take on Coffness. You're going to take on the battlefield where Nathan Coffness has planted his flag. Then be a man, man up, and go to work in that particular battlefield. Right? When people don't want to risk confronting some dangerous substance, when they don't have truth, when they don't have substance, when they don't have merit on their side, right? They play these semantic, tonal, and rhetorical games. They pretend to convey the appearance of a critique without the substance and burden of actually proving their critique. It is a tactical retreat disguised as intellectual precision, right? If Andrew Gelman had truth or merit or substance on his side, he would have argued truth, merit, or substance. Instead, he chose fancy word games, which make him not a true seeker, not fair dinkum, right? He is protecting his flank by staying in the shallow end. And I'm tired of it. And if I have to come back here 1,000 times to point this out and say, this is not fair dinkum, I'm going to do that. I can't believe these gimps and losers are getting away with this. Like, why do they get to set these philosophical frames?
Buckley, for the next 40 years, continually took the position that he may have lost the vote, but he did not lose the debate.
In 1965 in Selma is the moral high point of the civil rights movement. The civil rights marchers marching across the bridge only to be dispatched without warning.
So if a majority wants to protect its prerogatives, it will require at least an implicit threat of violence by its men, and this will often be ugly. So different groups have different incentives, and every type of life tries to create a niche around it that furthers its own interest. And when one type of life engages in niche construction, this often comes at a cost to the type of niche that a different type of life would prefer. Now, I yearn for a day where one type of pond scum can live in harmony and peace with another type of pond scum in the same pond. Unfortunately, I notice that in nature, different subspecies don't tend to live in harmony with each other. Rather, one triumphs and the other is driven out. It's sad. You know what's also sad is UCLA. Right? Deshaun Foster simply does not have that team ready to play. Its defense was pathetic. Its offense was pathetic. We got this great quarterback from the University of Tennessee in the transfer portal, and we got smoked by Utah 43-10. And it hurts, man. It hurts. Right? You're not a UCLA Bruin fan, but you don't have as much invested in my 1 year at UCLA. I'm a Bruin for life. I was there when Troy Aikman was there, and we had the #1 football team in the nation for about 3 weeks. Right? It hurts me, man. I am going to engage with Kip. Did my father make me wear a bike helmet? No. My father was not overly intrusive in general in my life. He gave all of us children tremendous amounts of freedom in many ways. And some of my resentment towards my father is probably not based in reality. And I don't want to tell you about what a lousy son I was to my father. I don't want to say how I created my own problems. I'm just perhaps criticizing my father unfairly because it's more comfortable to do that than to confront how I created my own misery. Your body is your temple. Look, I heard that so much growing up that I was not fond of that phrase. Kip was raised as a latchkey child. So was I at the time. I had a chain around my neck, which was really cool because as a Seventh-day Adventist, you're not supposed to wear jewelry, but I got to wear it in junior year of high school, senior year, because we were now living in a more secular world, and I got to wear a key around my neck on a chain. It's the first time I got to wear jewelry. And Kip was raised by a pseudo-vegetarian mom who brought home Taco Bell 3 times a week, 2 bean burritos with no red sauce and no onions. He had 11 years of perfect attendance until catching mono. Did you have great genes? Good luck. Do I think I'm better than the dummies who took those Chinese coronavirus vaccines? Maybe, says Kip. Maybe. Look, we all, I think, tend to look at the world in a dishonest way to try to assure ourselves that we are finer, kinder, and more awesome than we really are.
Silent because it's not good internationally for the country. And to some extent, it also goes to the policies of the government. So you're speaking about the opposition, but the question is really, when an Israeli minister, Israeli cabinet says something incredibly stupid or cruel, like we're going to destroy, we're going to burn everything, all the rest, how does it interact with the existence of Jewish communities? This is the question I'm getting, because MSNBC and these guys, when they see, I just saw Rachel Maddow do an entire monologue on MSNBC on the demonstrations in Israel, and she was so positive about Israelis against the government, and in the left wing, the liberal wing of American politics, this differentiation between the government and the people, some progressive won't buy into it because for them, everything is illegitimate, right? So the Zionist project in Eretz Israel.
Why can't Israel be more like Canada, right? Would not the greatest defense for Israel to be a humanitarian superpower? Just imagine the soft power that would accompany being a humanitarian superpower. Would not the greatest defense against Hamas and Iran and Hezbollah and all the other Arab and Muslim groups that want to wipe out the Jewish state, would not our greatest line of defense be our adherence to abstract universal moral principles? Let's become the humanitarian superpower, guys. I'm just so inspired by Canada. Canada makes me want to be a better man.
At this moment that Buckley is invited to address 6,000 New York City police officers. He decides to use this speech to talk about Selma.
Thank you, Mr. Sheldon, Mr. Newman.
He talks about the standoff at the Edmund Pettus Bridge, and he makes it known his sentiment is with the police.
The speech was, all of America saw the police charge at the demonstrators and the blood on the bridge. They did not see the...
Right, think about how much more peaceful and prosperous and secure we would be if our police were less racist. It just makes me so sad to see these pictures.
Restraint on the part of the officers and on sincere negotiations to try to cool tempers.
The United States could have been a humanitarian superpower, but no, we did not tread the path that Canada trod. Think about the soft power that we would have now.
Just as Buckley is giving his speech, the mail-order race is getting underway in New York City.
New York City needs Abraham Beam.
Hey, stop that music.
That year were two very different candidates, Democrat Abe Beam and Republican John Lindsay.
So Abe Beam was more or less a traditional clubhouse Democrat.
That's why Abraham Beam is
Stop.
our man.
New York City was a Democratic town yesterday, is a Democratic town today, and will be a Democratic town tomorrow.
There was nothing particularly exciting about Abe Beam from anyone's standpoint. John Lindsay was a very different...
So why did William F. Buckley run for mayor? To promote his values, to promote ideas. It just wasn't about self-assertion and ego.
story.
Lindsay is a rising political star. He's tall. He's stunningly handsome. Lots of people think that Lindsay is a potential future president. Certainly, John Lindsay thought he was a potential future president.
The forgotten families of New York are the low and middle income families caught in the housing squeeze. We must maintain rent control, and we must build decent housing.
For Buckley, there's nothing worse than a liberal Republican.
My name's Lindsay. I'm running for mayor. Pleasure to see you.
What Buckley would like to do would be to cost Lindsay the election, to drain away enough Republican votes to let the Democrat win. So what can he do? He decides to run for mayor himself.
What
He
sacrifice?
leads on the opinion polls with a comfortable 45% of the vote. John Lindsay has 35%. And the other 10%, enough to wreck Lindsay's chances, goes to Buckley.
How about Bill Buckley? Do you think there's any possibility that he might sneak in? It's a dark horse.
I think it's a possibility. Technically, it's possible. If enough people vote for me, I'll win.
Bill Buckley himself said that he ran half in fun. And that made him hugely appealing to the media, especially.
Thank you, the Overseas Press Club.
He just did it for fun. Huh.
I sometimes wish all the press were overseas.
At the opening press conference, when he announced that he was going to run for mayor of New York, he was asked, "What will you do if you win?" And his response was, "Demand a recount."
The candidate of the old line machine promises not progress, but procrastination, not ideas, but indifference.
So I love ebooks. Right? I vastly prefer ebooks to physical books because it's just easier to cut and paste. When I try to cut and paste from a physical book, I have to take a picture of the text and then email it from my phone to my email, and then download it from my email, and then run it through an AI bot to give me a transcript. It's just too much work, right? I have this wonderful buffered identity where I can just live in my mind, and I can cut and paste from ebooks much more easily than a physical book. So you realize how amazing a book has to be so that I become willing to stoop to purchasing a fair dinkum hard copy book, right? A physical book. And this book is so good. It is so racy. It is so compelling. It's by the former dean of Duke University's law school. It's called Stewards of Democracy, Law as a Public Profession. And it is every bit as exciting as that title just conveyed. It might even be more exciting. I mean, this is dangerous stuff. This is salacious. This is like a Harold Robbins novel. I remember when I'd get my hands on the latest Judith Lansky novel, and I'd like skip through the pages for the sex scene. Well, that's what I did for this book, only I wanted to skip through to the pages of reaction to the U.S. Supreme Court ruling in the 1950s, Brown versus the Board of Education. So let me set up his perspective. And he's an anti-segregation warrior, much like myself. But he has some concerns. And he published this book in 1999. And he is noticing that American law in the last half century has become increasingly disdainful of the expressed wishes and expectations of the citizens it purports to serve. And he thought that World War II marked the general ascendancy to controlling power of the national class. This is what Angelo Codevilla calls the ruling class, or it can also be understood as the class that believes in the buffered identity. Right? This ruling class, this educated class, includes many lawyers and most judges and most law teachers and much of the elite news media. And they identify themselves by their credentials, which are usually academic credentials, and they tend not to be connected with or to have sympathy for the great unwashed, for the uncircumcised, for the increasingly alienated underclass, right, who cease to see themselves as participants in the government. So we have this ruling class, this national class, disproportionately made up of the highly educated, disproportionately made up of lawyers, who are particularly prone to disdain the messy moral compromises of electoral politics. Right? They prefer to live in the world of the spirit. Right? These guys are aristocrats of the spirit. Right? They disdain local politics. They believe in the world of abstract moral principles. And in a world of abstraction, that is where we should properly resolve conflicts that have a moral import. So, as the United States wins World War II, dominates the globe, where we are insisting around the globe on the many virtues of self-government, right, we are forgetting its virtue ourselves. So we had writers for The Economist, the British news weekly in 1998, noting that American lawyers, judges, and politicians are increasingly fond of ramming down the throats of the voters policies that they have not endorsed. At the very moment that our foreign policy elite are demanding the right to self-government and liberal democracy for people all over the world. So we have become, since World War II, a nation under lawyers. And you may say, 40, there's no place that I would rather be than under domination by lawyers. And I respect your lived experience. So there was a 19th century lawyer who did not share this elite perspective. And his name was Thomas Cooley. And he said, the strength of law lies in its commonplace character. He said that law becomes feeble and untrustworthy when it expresses something different from the common thoughts of men. Wow. Right? He is essentially endorsing the porous identity. He is endorsing the idea that people should be able to govern themselves and to vote for their politicians. Right? The elite don't like this. They think the strength of law lies in its abstract brilliance. Right? Economists don't think that the strength of economic theory lies in increasing the safety, well-being, and dignity of their fellow citizens. No, the beauty of economic theory lies in its abstract mathematical properties. Right? That's where it's at in economic theory. And if you don't have an economic theory that can be reduced to a differential equation, then it's gay and stupid. So the conventional wisdom among our ruling class, the national class, is electing judges is a very bad idea. Right? Judges should hold tenure for life, because judges must enforce individual rights provided in the Constitution. And they should not be inhibited by it. They should not be intimidated by it. They must be independent of majoritarian politics. The biggest threat to our democracy, in our elite perspective, is the majority getting their way. So the Supreme Court of the United States is the very paradigm of political virtue, because it is structurally indifferent to the moral judgment of the electorate. It cannot be voted out of office. So what can be more wonderful, what could be more holy, what could be more worthy of extolling and magnifying than critocracy, meaning rule by judges? Right? Israel is largely a critocracy. Right? Every working, functioning liberal democracy has elements of critocracy, rule by judges, but probably Israel has more power in the hands of its independent judges than any other nation. Right? So rule by judges, critocracy. And this has boomed since World War II. So increasingly, laws are made by people in the United States who are not interested in, do not respect, don't feel any connection with the masses. Right? They are contemptuous of the masses. And so we had the wonderful William Brennan, who showed us this buffered identity. Right? He had such an inflated sense of the court's role that he brought to his court work an attitude from the Roman Catholic College of Cardinals, right, telling members of the faith what to believe and how to live. So when Justice William Brennan, may be magnified and extolled, would issue his encyclicals requiring the community to respect a whole new range of individual and minority rights, leaving very little discretion to local congregations or constituencies to act against his dictates, right? This is the embodiment of elite preferences, right? So William Brennan would make his pronouncements and rulings, his encyclicals, not on the basis of interpreting written legal text, but on the basis of his own feelings. And perhaps the most sublime manifestation of rule by feelings is that wonderful, moving decision written by Justice Kennedy creating same-sex marriage as the rule of the land, right? It was based in his feelings, and it was so sweet. It was just so moving and just so superior to deciding law on the basis of like words and texts, right? So Judge Brennan, Justice Brennan, he was always searching for the sublime, for the moral and political insight, the wisdom, so that he could provide the answers to the various questions that the great unwashed had as to how we should live together, right? By removing from the public their ability to govern themselves. So unlike other Supreme Court justices, unlike other lawyers such as William Brandeis or Thomas Cooley, right, Judge Brennan, he didn't care what the people wanted. He didn't care about the judgment of the people. He didn't care about the political judgment of elected officers. Particularly didn't care about the judgments of those elected at state and local levels, right? He had a self-willed, self-righteous power lust. He's going to morally educate us. And he embraced the realization that anything that elected representatives can do, anything that legislatures can do, he and his buds on the court can do better. And thank God for this. So what could be more liberal and democratic than this kind of anti-majority, anti-democratic restoration of judicial supremacy? Thank God we are largely ruled by the moral preferences of our ruling class, who feel quite hostile to the majority of the population. Right? We are ruled by these wonderful people who have contempt for the moral values of those who are less educated, those who just merely vote, pay taxes, bear and raise the Republic's children, and risk their lives in its defense. So our ruling elite does not get down in the trenches and argue things on the basis of substance and merit, as we saw with Andrew Gelman. Right? They're going to avoid this uncomfortable duty of trying to persuade people of what's the morally correct way to live. Right? They are going to legalize and constitutionalize political issues that were formerly decided on the basis of electoral politics. Right? These issues were formerly the subject of popular governance, the people ruling themselves, but now we have a legal elite who knows better. Right? They are going to discard the caution advocated by people like Thomas Cooley. They are going to transcend this naive, primitive view that the people have a right to self-governance. Right? They're not looking to be praised, respected, liked, or appreciated by the people. Right? They want to be immortalized in the Valhalla of liberty, right? To receive the approbation of the avant-garde of the Yale Law School, to be praised by law professors. What could be more beautiful? Now, you may have some primitive notion that the Supreme Court has displaced the early American tradition of shared power with their new vision of freedom, elevating their own visions of individual minority autonomy and government neutrality at the expense of the bonds that unite us in a common venture. Right? That's so primitive. Right? So we increasingly have legal scholarship over the past 120 years that disregards the will of the people, the moral concerns of the people, and instead extols, magnifies, and elevates life-tenured judges who decide what is right and wrong and remove power from politicians and act against majority will and dismiss common concerns as pure nonsense. And this is what it means to be democratic and liberal, is to dismiss the concerns of the majority of citizens and the preferences of the majority of citizens, and to remove from them as much as possible their ability to govern themselves, and instead move governance into the hands of neutral experts, the technocrats like themselves. So we have these wonderful judges who don't feel in any sense part of we the people, right? They are going to operate with transparent fraud against citizens' political rights. right? They see the Constitution and law as the opportunity to withdraw more and more of the political from the realm of the people, remove it from the vicissitudes and just the tastelessness and awkwardness and messiness of political controversy, right? And we're going to take more and more of life, remove it from being voted on. Instead, we are going to decide right and wrong. Right? They're going to remove the oxygen from the air that sustains self-government. Instead, we get to have rule by experts. Now, you may have concerns that disregarding the common thoughts of men might be resisted. You might worry that people do not change their minds. People may not even alter their sinful behavior just because of the utterances of senior citizens in black robes. You may have some skepticism about the awesomeness of the secularized individualist spirit of Protestantism that is behind wokeism. Well, may you think the judgments of high courts purporting to make tremendous social change are useless and often counterproductive. You may think that the people will adapt more readily to policies that are debated and decided by democratic methods in which they get to participate and in which their dissenting views are prudently accommodated. Well, may you hold to these primitive perspectives. You may have some kind of bigoted idea that judges as a class are not selected for their political and moral wisdom. You may claim there's no reason and no experience to suggest that judges acquire extraordinary amounts of political and moral wisdom in office. You may think that judges of all political persuasions are capable of colossal political blunders. You may think that the judicial process is not well suited to the presentation and assimilation of political wisdom. Well, you would be wrong.
Not energy, but evasiveness.
Mr. Lindsay says of Mr. Beam that he quotes promises, not progress, but procrastination, not ideas, but indifference, not energy, but evasiveness, end quote. What is wrong with that sentence? Other than its suicidal search for alliteration.
We heard that the New York Times had to keep switching out reporters on the Buckley beat because they'd come to enjoy him too much.
The columnist Pete Hamill said, "This is the first person we've ever seen in politics with a genuinely original mind."
New York is the ganglion city, and what is about to happen in Los Angeles or Detroit or Cleveland usually has just finished happening in New York. It's always going to be a pressure point.
Riots, which had quieted down during the dawn, sprang again into full-scale violence this morning. Broken glass, bricks, torn up pavement, looted stores, fires, and incredible destruction. Cars by the dozens were burned, their occupants were pulled out and beaten.
Buckley instinctively grasped that law and order was another one of the bases on which conservatism could seize the upper hand.
It is instructive to meditate upon.
So while I was delivering to you my beautiful sermon, I had this killer cramp in my middle toe on my right foot. Do you ever have your toes cramping up while you're delivering moving sermons? It's not ideal. So, according to this former dean of the Duke University Law School, the judiciary seldom brokers prudent compromises between competing values, not really suited to that. And compromise is usually the best, wisest policy. So the best is the enemy of the good is an adverse comment on rule by judges. And American courts are supposed to be committed to the doctrine of precedent, And thanks to it, they cannot readily commit their policy-making mistakes. So having written, the judicial hand moves on. For all these reasons, political blunders by the judiciary may be more likely and more costly, even though they may sound principled. Not everything that sounds principled is principled. So when we have judges ruling us on a mission to transform the social order against the will of the people, perhaps this is not effective, and occasionally this might even be counterproductive. So after the ruling of Brown versus the Board of Education, every beleaguered individual group in America, including some groups beleaguered only in their own perceptions, fancied that the court, in its anti-democratic rule, might relieve their distress. And the whole idea of popular sovereignty came to be viewed by American lawyers as a mere impediment to social reform. Why should the people be allowed to get in the way of the true, the good, and the beautiful? And so we had the federal judiciary ruling us, taking on all the overbearing pretensions of the chancellor wielding power in the name of the king's conscience. I know, I love it when chancellors start wielding power in the name of the king's conscience. So Brown versus the Board of Education, greatest Supreme Court ruling ever. Shining example of good deeds that are politically animated with life-tenured judges making decisions on the basis of their widely shared moral precepts from their own buffered identities, and ruling illegal racial segregation. Thank God. And then ordering federal courts to reorganize and to remake public schools, not just in the South, where segregation ruled, but to use its authority everywhere against self-government in communities across the land. Thank God. And sure, we got Southern rednecks and their sympathizers who wanted to impeach the good Earl Warren. We got this demonstrated in the nationalized politics of George Wallace, that angry governor of Alabama who denounced pointy-headed intellectuals and got some huge vote. And then there are various judges who were subject to strenuous efforts to intimidate them. Thank God they stood up and they ordered the school busing. Now, they destroyed many public schools, they destroyed many communities, but it was a beautiful ruling. And if you can't make an omelet without breaking some schools and communities. Then we had the rise of all these secular private schools, so that people who did not want a more integrated public school, they could afford it, they could then create their own segregated private school. So we had neighborhood schools uprooted in all sorts of communities. You had neighborhood black schools destroyed, as well as neighborhood white schools. But they must be destroyed, right? We must burn the school to save the school. We must destroy the community to save the community, right? We must promote integration no matter how many communities and how many schools get destroyed. We must burn the traditional relationship between public education and the family. We have to torch that, right? We have to remove the authority of parents over children, white parents, black parents. They have to have their responsibility and authority over the education of their children. That has to be destroyed in the name of these abstract moral principles. All right, we have to feed, promote, create more and more racial tension and crime and disorder, right? We have to create the very things that we are legislating against, because that makes us more important. It makes our job more exciting. All right? The public school must be destroyed to save it. We must destroy public education. We must destroy the ability of parents to look after the public education of their children. And we must destroy the possibility of racial integration, because then non-black parents who can afford it will send their children to racially segregated private schools. So we had a court operating with very lofty purpose, undertaking by judicial decree to transform American life and to remove the possibility of self-governance from the people. And they had to begin with the police, right? The police were so racist, and the courts knew best about what kind of standards the police needed, right? So we definitely needed a lot more violent crime and disorder, because that is exciting and vibrant. It's not going to affect us if we're affluent judges. And so the judges are going to decree all sorts of restrictions on police, because in the abstract it's morally beautiful, right? An accused criminal must have a right of counsel. He must be read his rights before questioning. Any conviction based on his own confession must be reversed. Now, the primitive people rebelled. They didn't like the increase in murder, disorder, crime. They didn't like the destruction of their neighborhoods. They didn't like these radical changes in the customary practices of police. Right? They didn't like the release into the general population many violent criminals. But we needed this moral elevation. We needed judges to rule over us, and we needed them to reform state prisons. Right? Is there anyone who knows more about reforming a state prison than a judge? And thank God we had judges saying, one day the court is going to outlaw the death penalty permanently. Right? Primitive people think, oh, such a decision, right, that should rest with the people. But we cannot trust the people to make these kind of decisions. That's why we need rule by judges. And Judge Brennan wanted to destroy as much as possible the right to jury trial in civil cases. Right? He wanted more and more judge trial. So he wanted more and more of society to operate along his moral lines. All right, we need the teaching of evolution. We must promote science, and we cannot allow religion into the public square, because that just promotes bigotry and ignorance. Now, the founders of this country had this crazy idea that religion is needed to sustain the ties of community, that this is essential to people governing themselves, but we've moved past people governing themselves. We now get to be governed by experts. So what a wonderful and stimulating era of judicial heroics. And all of this done with the cheering of our elite law schools and elite news media. Right? Law and lawyers are what law schools make them. So we had our law schools creating this wonderful new group of judges who decide that they will remove from the people as much as possible self-governance, and they will govern us. Right? What is more exciting, what is more fulfilling than being governed by these neutral experts, so that the people are not troubled by these complicated questions? So since 1900, the law schools have been drifting from the legal profession into the academic profession, right? Because the academic profession has more status than simply being a profession for lawyers. And so to succeed in the new academized law school, right, that's just a luminous achievement. It's not just some mere law degree and competency. Right? We get to live in a more abstract world. Right? We're not going to take reality nearly as seriously. We're going to take abstractions more seriously. And we're going to recognize in each other the lightning of genius. Right? When a judge has received the lightning of genius, then they have the divine right to rule over us. Right? When the great judge in the sky comes down to earth, issuing lightning of genius into the mind of our greatest legal professors and judges, that shows that the one true judge recognizes that this genius has every right to rule over us. And how do you get status in the world of the law school? Not by performing useful service to the Republic, not by meeting conventional standards, but by uttering novel ideas pitched to the highest level of abstraction. There is nothing that I find more thrilling than uttering novel ideas pitched to the very highest level of abstraction. Right? The more abstract, the more novel, the more remote the idea and the pronouncement, right? The more universal and the more blessed and the more holy it is and the more right it has to rule over us. Right? Academics not going to be bothered by mundane matters that can be solved. Right? They're going to live in a world of cosmology, of meta-realism. Right? And that's why they get doctorates in other more esteemed high status disciplines. So meta-realism and nihilism and denying the integrity of legal texts, right? That is what is meant by pragmatic. Right? So legal scholarship is not prosaic, mundane, and pragmatic. It's abstract and nihilistic. Now, you may well think that, well, the most important legal ideas have been around for hundreds and thousands of years. There are no new continents of laws to explore. That's true, right? Academics have no hope of discovering in some brand new law. So they transcend useful legal ideas for speculative abstract ones. Now, primitive people think that law must respect the habits of a particular people at a particular time, that the life of the law is not logic but experience, that you may well think that the people have a right to rule over themselves, but you would be wrong. Right, you may think, oh, law is about working compromise and respecting the will of the people. Come on, if you're an academic with a pure heart, this stinks to high heaven. It is their duty, it is their privilege to question all the premises of the social order that are taken for granted by the people. Right, cloistered scholars, isolated from the universe in which real decisions are made, who are better suited to morally instruct us? Right, sound moral judgments on public issues is a gift of belonging in the academic cloister. To be most useful, be the most abstract and removed from reality. All right, they're not going to be limited by texts. Right, they're going to be limited, they should be limited only by their own imaginations. Right, the academic enterprises encourages utopian dogmas. And what's more beautiful than people believing in utopian dogmas that destroy the lives of real people? Right? You don't get status in the academy by the practice of moral compromise and the objectives of democratic policies and law and self-government. Right? We've got a whole constitutional structure designed to prevent the political implementation of dogma and to compel compromise. But if you get to live in the academy, you get to live in a world of abstraction and utopia. And you get to venerate those heroic judges who perform the role of cardinals, who will issue decrees to affect all manner of parts of real life. Now, normally, public decisions in a self-governing society react to immediate challenges. But thank God our judges and our legal academics get to live in an abstract world. And they don't have to worry about immediacies. And the people who make decisions in the real world, right, they are not going to be incentivized to take any note of what people who live in an abstract utopian world publish. Nor will they have the energy or the time to consult this academic legal literature with the care required by its turgid academic prose. Thank God our academics and our judges are not inclined to accept any kind of modest role in our society. They are not content to be secondary authorities and to follow precedent. Right? They are all about the novel, the abstract, the utopian. Right? They don't want to follow the law. Right? There are far more satisfactions to be found in self-expression. Right? As soon as you release yourself from optimizing for truth, right, there are just so many more realms available to you to express yourself. And look at Bill Buckley. Do you think Bill Buckley held himself back on the basis of optimizing for truth? Think Neil Ferguson holds himself back on the basis of optimizing for truth? Heck no.
The rise of crime and our apparent acclamation to it.
They really appealed to the blue-collar people out in the boroughs, who increasingly felt looked down upon by the elites and the elite institutions, and felt neglected.
Remember, he thought the conservative movement was going to be filled by the professional class, by the corporate elite. But when he actually goes on the campaign trail, what he sees are police officers. What he sees are the working class secretaries, construction workers.
Bill Buckley's attitude was, where are the people? I must lead them.
They were upset about drugs. They were upset about crime. But what they really hated was being called racist when they would stand up for what they thought were their own interests. And they saw Buckley, they saw themselves.
When the votes are counted, Buckley doesn't win.
Ladies and gentlemen, the apparent winner of this election is Mr. John Lindsay.
But he did very well in the outer boroughs of New York among blue-collar Catholics.
So thank God for our academics, right? Thank God for our intellectual elite. Thank God for the people who rule over us. Thank God that they live in these intellectual frontiers where the buses don't run no more. Right? They are free of these mundane concerns. Right? They get to use their own special language, their own professional jargon of other academic disciplines. Right? A jargon that impedes and prevents comprehension by judges and practicing lawyers. So university law schools are colonial outposts of graduate schools. And any self-respecting law school must serve the ruling class, the national class. Right? It would be a shame to have on its faculty people with mundane expertise in real-life law. Right? They need to communicate with people like themselves using their own special language and create their own special intellectual community as removed from reality as much as possible. And how do you get academic status in law school? Not by serving the people, not by the mundane, just by abstract work that has nothing to do with reality. Right? Only by ruling over the people and removing self-governance from the people do you get to be a hero for our elite. So our law professors and judges, they don't expect to receive a hearing from those in political power. They don't bother themselves to address those with political power. What we get in legal scholarship is not written with an expectation that it might be used by those having some kind of public responsibility. The academic authors find no common ground with such persons. They create a special language addressed to a tiny audience of specialized academic readers far removed from the cares and concerns of the ordinary man. So academic lawyers are usually ignored by practicing lawyers. Right? Legal academics are no longer lawyers, really. They have become political philosophers. Right? They serve the ideals of the Enlightenment rather than the practices of politics. They substitute their kingly abstract reason for common sense. They declare the preferences and the sense of common people to be nonsense. They vindicate rights philosophically, but only as abstractions that undermine real life democratic communities. Justice is given on the basis of their own peculiar epistemology. Right. The past is resurrected, but only in order to disdain the present and to mock the future. And they recognize that their own views are far more consequential than they really are. So they are not going to accept reality. They're not going to accept that they have no audience except each other. Right? We have law professors now who are moral philosophers picking from an a la carte menu those particular moral principles that happen to coincide with the preferences of their social circle. And then they have the intellectual agility to weave an inconsistent heap of policies into a superficially coherent unity. They have the psychological agility to honor their own chosen principles only to the extent compatible with their own personal happiness and comfort and professional advancement. So these are our prophets of great eloquence and intellect. And it is our fault that they are unable to find a receptive audience. Now, you may think in your primitive, outdated notions that people are not going to surrender their moral intuitions to some grand moral theory.
Ethnic voters who had long been part of the Democratic Party.
The Conservative Party has polled a vote vastly in excess of anything that we thought possible in the most liberal city in the world.
I think it made him recognize that in some ways he didn't speak for the elite anymore. He spoke for the heartland, the American people, the silent majority.
By and large, I think that they show more.
So our legal elite, they don't operate on the basis of precedent so much anymore. They don't operate so much on the basis of self-governance, right? They get to remake society, or believe that they are remaking society in legal texts on the basis of their own peculiarly elevated moral reasoning. Now, you may argue, look, 40 changes in this moral language of the law, that's not going to create any substantial changes in the behaviors and beliefs of the common people, and that is a fair critique. But it's fun, it's thrilling, right? You get to be an astronomer, right? You get to find new sources of natural law. You get to find new constellation of minority rights and individual rights and sexual freedoms. And you get to be invoked and praised by law professors and life-tenured judges who believe they get to transform a gravely defective social order, right, formed by ignorant, primitive people. So we have academic Robin West finds in the inexhaustible text of the 14th Amendment all sorts of rights that restrict the power of democratic government. So the more elite rule we have, the more abstract the rule, the more we suppress free speech, and the more our ruling elite insists that their radical, supreme, sublime, transcendent vision is so morally superior to that of the people that the rights of the people to govern themselves must be removed. Right, we have an authoritarian perspective that we have a ruling class and they will rule and we will accept. We have some beautiful moral theorizing by these legal academics and judges. We have their wonderful dogmas of political correctness. We have the pronouncement of racial quotas, the encouragement of civil disobedience. We have the non-prosecution of draft card burners. We have the explicit consideration of economic distributive consequences rather than ruling on the basis of law efficiency, judicial review. The Constitution, we've got more protections for the rights of homosexuals and for the right to produce and consume pornography and to be sexually free and to have abortions on demand. So the elite favor abortion, sexual freedom, minority freedoms. They oppose capital punishment. They support evolution against creation, but they're against evolution when it comes to the notion there might be some kind of biological basis for differences in behavior between men and women and even between groups. They will regulate smoking out of existence, but they want to permit and encourage marijuana. They want the strongest possible public measures for safety and health, but they're against quarantining people infected with AIDS. They will be highly focused on some genocides and completely indifferent to other genocides. They will withdraw into a self-obsessive genre of literature celebrated as legal storytelling. They will see themselves as the outsiders, the empire that strikes back.
More wisdom than their leaders or than their intellectuals. I've often been quoted as saying I would rather be governed by the first 2,000 people in the Boston Telephone Directory than by the 2,000 people on the faculty of Harvard University.
This is the beginning of the movement of the white working class into the Republican Party.
William F. Buckley Jr. ran for mayor of New York City a year.
So it used to be thought that the law should reflect the common thoughts of men, right? It should be porous, that the moral and political and social and cultural preferences of the people should be respected. But that's not exciting, right? That does not allow for elite rule. So luckily we have judges who embrace their own idiosyncratic moral readings of the Constitution, who are in love with various abstract principles of equality, dignity, and autonomy, they will not be bound by precedent. They are going to impose sweeping rules at odds with the majority opinion. Californians may vote for Proposition 187 in 1996 to stop giving some social welfare benefits to illegals, but the judges know better, not on the basis of legal precedent, but by their own moral imagination. So we have law schools that prize abstraction and novelty, not pragmatism. We have an elite who disdain the common public judgment. And we have a burning building populist backlash against elite rule.
Year ago as candidate for the Conservative Party. And in the course of the campaign, and since then, Mr. Buckley became quite a television celebrity.
Buckley's run for mayor of New York City brought him to a new level of national celebrity.
William F. Buckley, Jr.
He was a presence now in millions of homes.
And you think he liked becoming a celebrity? He loved it. And if he had to change his views on civil rights, he was happy to change any of his views if he could simply enjoy the benefits and the thrills and the chills of being a celebrity. Of course, I am completely immune from these temptations. Right? I don't get to sit at the cool kids table, and I bear no resentment. I just simply live a quiet, humble life, optimizing for truth, enjoying the simple pleasures of my own hero system and my own closed epistemic bubble. I touch no one and no one touches me. I am a rock. I am an island. And a rock feels no pain. And an island never cries. So one way to understand this great book, Stewards of Democracy, Law as a Public Profession, is through the insights elucidated in Charles Taylor's 2007 book, A Secular Age, where he notes that a buffered identity, the elite identity, holds that there is a fortified autonomous self that is insulated from the people, from external influences, from tradition. It is focused on the individual and the individual's agency. It is elite, rational, and secular. By contrast, the porous identity is open, it is relational, it is permeable to communal, cultural, and transcendent forces. It puts a priority on collective bonds, on shared communal experiences, and on the individual embedding himself in a collective rather than just going his own way. So from the perspective of the porous identity, our most important duty is to do our duty. Right? Our most important moral obligation is to do our duty. By contrast, from the buffered identity perspective, our greatest moral obligation is to follow our bliss. So we have a ruling class, a national class of lawyers, judges, and academics enjoying all the thrills of the buffered identity, right, defined by their academic credentials, disconnected from the alienated underclass, group that disdains the messy moral compromises of electoral politics, especially local politics, proposed constitutional adjudication in the abstract using novel techniques to resolve moral conflicts. They're insulated by their elite status. They are self-reliant on their own moral reasoning. They are closed from broader social influences. They want to impose top-down policies, ramming down the throats of the voters, policies which the voters don't want. Right? They are willing to prioritize their own higher, holier, more beneficent instincts and ideals over what the people want. So we had people like Justice William Brennan refusing to be tied down to what texts say, but just reveling in his own elite moral knowledge. So we have judges operating as a college of cardinals, issuing encyclicals on behalf of minority rights, leaving little room for porous communities where people try to work things out through compromise and the political process. So politics is porous, right? We affect each other, and it usually requires compromise. But we have rule by judges, it is buffered, anti-democratic. Right? We have rule by elites who are indifferent to the will of the people and to electoral moral judgments. We have legal scholars who prefer the abstract, the utopian, the meta-realistic, the works of various non-legal disciplines. They prefer the world of moral philosophy. They get to isolate in their cloisters, and they get to use jargon inaccessible to anyone outside of their group. They can put higher status on novel ideas over serving the people. So this shift toward buffered identities by the elite tends to breed resistance from the citizenry. It weakens our institutions like public education, which depend on a porous shared identity and tutelage. So if judges would defer to the democratic process, right, we might be able to preserve and protect porous self-government. So the whole buffered porous distinction maps effectively onto the book here by Paul Carrington. So Paul Carrington's book came out in 1999. Charles Taylor, the philosopher, only developed his buffered versus porous identity in his 2007 book, A Secular Age.
And his rapier-like wit brought audiences.
Is Mayor Lindsay a better or worse mayor than you expected, Mr. Buckley?
I haven't noticed.
Buckley thinks, all right, I'm good on television, I'm good on the radio, I'm good at writing, I'm good at debate, I can do all the...
So William F. Buckley was a lot like Gore Vidal. Never wanted to miss an opportunity to go on TV. Dennis Prager, he would fly across the country for 2 minutes on the Sean Hannity show. So this excellent 1999 book, Stewards of Democracy, Law as a Public Profession, it aligns really well with Charles Taylor's 2007 book, A Secular Age. Also aligns well with the Angela Codevilla essay, America's Ruling Class and the Perils of Revolution. So he posited, Angelo Codevilla, that we have a deep social divide between the ruling class, the credentialed class, the entrenched class that dominates our institutions, dominates government bureaucracies, courts, academia, and the media, and imposes their will top-down through their technocratic governance, and the broader populist resistance, the country class. So the national class of Paul Carrington's book is the equivalent to Angelo Codevilla's ruling class, right? This is the lawyers, the judges, professors, and the media elite. And Democratic Party is the party of the ruling class. Republican Party, on its moderate wing, is also composed of the ruling class, but particularly during the age of Trump, is increasingly made up of the country class, right? The rubes. Another book that maps really well to Stewards of Democracy, Law as a Public Profession is a great book from 2018, Darrell Paul's book, From Tolerance to Equality, How Elites Brought America to Same-Sex Marriage. Right? Same-sex marriage is a great modern case study that extends and illustrates Paul Carrington's core critique of elite-driven anti-democratic cultural and institutional change. So Paul Carrington in this book focuses on rule by judges and the alienation of ordinary citizens. Darrell Paul's work applies this same lens to the phenomenon of the normalization of homosexuality and the rise of same-sex marriage, which was brought about through elite rule and the erosion of majoritarian self-government, and the role of the academy and the media and the professional class essentially got to impose this new morality on the basis of its abstract moral values on an often unwilling populace. Now, well may you ask, 40. Paul Carrington's book, Students of Democracy, sounds great. 1999 book. Angelo Codevilla's book, America's Ruling Class, from 2010, sounds good. Darrell Paul, you had a 2018 book, From Tolerance to Equality. That's all well and good, 40. I appreciate these critiques of a detached, credential elite class, the national class, the ruling class, the professional managerial class. I appreciate these critiques of the imposition of abstract moral, cultural, and legal values through our institutions like courts, the academy, and corporations. And appreciate how these books point out that we've had an undermining of majority rule, majoritarian democracy, local politics, traditional communal norms, that through elite rule, we have alienated and disempowered our underclass, our country class of ordinary citizens. I appreciate this fancy elite theory, this class analysis, this cultural criticism. I appreciate the conservative and populist undertones. I recognize meritocracy's anti-democratic tendencies. This is all well and good, 40, please tell me, who are the pioneers in this mode of thinking? Who are the key groundbreaking intellectuals who led us to this level of insight? Well, one example is James Burnham and his magnum opus, The Managerial Revolution from 1941. Another bloke is a sociologist, C. Wright Mills, The Power Elite, came out in 1956. And we had Toby Young's father, Michael Young, British sociologist and Labour Party politician, who coined the term meritocracy in his satirical novel, The Rise of the Meritocracy. Then we had, most important of all, Christopher Lasch. He had books Haven in a Heartless World, and most importantly, The Revolt of the Elites and the Betrayal of Democracy. So it was Christopher Lasch who most eloquently and profoundly argued that cosmopolitan meritocratic elites had revolted against the middle class and the lower class and their values, that they had put a priority on individuals and minority rights and globalism over local democracy. Then the elite theorists before this were blokes from the early 1900s, such as Vilfredo Pareto. So out of all these thinkers, 40, tell me who did the best overall job. And according to Grok, it was Christopher Lasch. And then this thinking has been developed recently by Daniel Markovits in The Meritocracy Trap from 2019 and Michael Sandel, The Tyranny of Merit 2020. But what about a book of literary criticism, I think, that maps on here? And that is John Kerry's The Intellectuals and the Masses, right? Written in completely different contexts. The Intellectuals and the Masses, which came out in 1992, is about English literary culture. Stewards of Democracy is about American law, but they map onto each other remarkably well, says ChatGPT. ChatGPT says, I have such stunning insights that I am a seminal thinker. So both books describe how elites constructed barriers against the ordinary people. They both worried about legitimacy when authority was hostile to the public that it claims to guide. And all these elites who are anti-majoritarian, you know who they remind me of? You know who else was anti-majoritarian? Hitler. By being anti-majoritarian, they being just like Hitler. So John Kerry's book, The Intellectuals and the Masses, he shows that early 20th century literary modernists such as Virginia Woolf and T.H. Eliot and that Lawrence bloke, Lady Chatterley's lover, and Ezra Pound, they all reacted to the rise of mass literacy. They had to create their own language. They had to make their work and their art obscure and elitist. They had to treat the new reading public as soulless, mechanical, and dead. So modernism was based on exclusion. You know who else excluded people? Hitler. So modernists were Hitlerian. They wanted to preserve their intellectual superiority by denying access to culture. And Paul Carrington makes a similar argument about American law. We've got a national class of judges, lawyers, and professors who have become insulated, who have turned constitutional adjudication into a vehicle for elite values and bypassing democratic compromise. You know who else became insulated? Adolf Hitler in his bunker. So like John Kerry's modernists in literature, American legal elites disdain the messy moral compromises of elective politics and sought to rule from above. You know who else disdained messy moral compromises of elective politics and instead ruled from above? Hitler. So modernists in literature and judges and professors in law and the Nazis, these are all parallel elites. Right? Modernists in literature and elite legal figures in America are buffered from ordinary experience, and they are invested in their exclusionary authority. You know who else excluded people? Hitler. So we have a mass that is a fiction invented by intellectuals to mark off their superiority. Right? They are against the masses because it's a way to make themselves feel special, and apparently masses don't appreciate it. Right? We have an entire elite who has built their lives around seeking distinction rather than connection with their fellow citizens. Right? I have made the same mistake, and now I'm just trying to warn our elite, don't be like Hitler. Don't make my mistakes. I come to you speaking with love and tolerance and understanding. Don't align yourself against the people. Instead, use your distinctive abilities to help the people. Don't shower the people with contempt. Don't described them as vulgar, degraded, and less than human. You know who else looked at the great masses of people as less than human? Hitler. He was a modernist artist. So when you look for law that reflects the common thoughts of common men, you are fighting Hitler. When you're an intellectual trying to erase the humanity of the masses, you are being like Hitler. So legitimacy for elites depends on being porous to your fellow citizens. There has to be an interpenetration in your life between you as an elite and the citizens. Otherwise, you are Hitler. So both books described elite fictions of mass inferiority against the reality of democratic politics and the reasonableness of the people. So elites in law and elites in art have pursued obscurity. You know who else pursued obscurity? Hitler. Right? Ortega y Gasset, who wrote The Revolt of the Masses, he called modern art anti-popular, designed to split society into the illustrious and the vulgar, right? The blessed and the benighted, the elevated and the trashy. So meta-realism in the legal world, the utopian theory, the philosophical abstraction, replacing practical guidance and concern. So we have in both fields, art and American law, an elite that has become a self-referential club, rewarding difficulty and shutting out the people. You know who else became a self-referential club? The Nazis. So we have an elite that delights in obscurity, and they use their obscurity as a gatekeeping device to keep out the people, like the walls of Buchenwald. So we have an intellectual disdain for the masses by American legal elites and modernist artists, feeding into darker political impulses. We have elitism shading into fascism and fascist sympathy. And this elitism and disdain for the people fuels a populist backlash. People don't enjoy it when you have contempt for them. Right? People resist when elites try to ram their policies down their throats in the name of some new abstract right. So modernism widened the gulf between intellectuals and the people, and judicial activism has widened the gulf between intellectuals and the people and undermined the legitimacy of courts and institutions. So in both domains, elite disdain provokes democratic resistance, the election of people like Donald Trump, and the destabilizing of the very institutions that elites claim they want to defend.
These things. Yeah, why don't I do a TV show?
Look, we're still talking around the subject. The subject is Vietnam as it is, and what I want you to say is what you mean by winning. And I'll tell you why we can't win, why we're fighting a
the elite trump card. Tell me, what do you mean by this common word, winning?
And a very stupid war.
Why did I support the science fiction horror talk? I'd like to point out that in Korea, we did actually stop the aggressor.
All right.
It cost us many billions of dollars and 100,000 casualties.
And in the end...
Firing line was conceived as a sort of bare-knuckled intellectual brawl. That was a little crude for Buckley, but that was sort of true.
Let me go on.
No, wait a minute. Please don't.
Or did we not?
Please don't proceed as though you had just made a cosmic breakthrough.
The firing line set was very simple. It was a stage. There was a chair for Bill. There was a chair for the guest. If there were two guests, there was a third chair. And that was it.
Well, I think...
They had maybe a potted plant, some terrible paintings, all kinds of bad mistakes in their decor in the early days. And he just didn't care about that.
My guest tonight is David Susskind, who has probably appeared more hours on television talk shows than anyone in the history of television, which may or may not have something to do with the unhappy state of our universe.
Buckley's introductions are just wickedly funny.
If there were a contest for the title Mr. Eleanor Roosevelt, he would unquestionably win it. Mr. Susskind, you are most welcome.
I wonder if I were unwelcome, how you'd introduce me.
Some of his introductions were quite harsh, with a veneer of politeness over them.
My guest tonight is regarded as the best writer in America. His technique is one of unalloyed narcissism.
Buckley hated liberalism, but he did not hate liberals.
The disease of the right is greed, bigotry, insensitivity, and general stupidity. Yourself excluded, sir. Sure, I assure you that.
In fact, many prominent liberals like Norman Mailer were close friends of his.
When the guests are properly curated, it's
Of course, he was friends with other members of the elite, right? They were all playing the same self-promotion game.
really riveting.
If you keep this up, I'm going to ask you to read more poetry. Oh.
Why don't I sing instead?
There was a really good episode when Allen Ginsberg is on, and he's got his harmonium with him. And at one point he does a sort of a Hare Krishna solo, and Buckley just sits for a few minutes, just listens.
That was the most unhurried Krishna I ever heard.
Or he would have Noam Chomsky, or he would have Huey Newton, William Kunstler, people that he disagreed with profoundly.
I have never urged a single soul bill to cause one bit of damage that might injure a human being, and you have no examples.
You condone arson? Answer yes.
Under certain circumstances.
See, the trouble with you is that you get very resentful whenever anybody reminds you of what you say. If I said what you said, I'd feel the same way.
I believe that only one guest would not come on, and that was Bobby Kennedy. Someone asked, why won't Kennedy come on your show? And Bill said, why does baloney reject the grinder?
You know so much less than I know about New York politics that I'm encouraging not to go on.
You kind of an intellectual roller coaster ride. You'd go up, you'd find yourself gripping the rails of your little car, and whoosh, something would happen so fast.
As you know, it's not only I
that you did not really take it in.
Your theological certitudes and your liberal.
So many people on the right think, oh, it's only because of my right-wing views that I have not received the adulation, the respect, and the status that I deserve. But it's hilarious. The most right-wing pundit, right, the most right-wing public intellectual out there, the most important, most right-wing public intellectual in the United States today, right, is either Steve Sailer or Christopher Caldwell. And at least in the case of Christopher Caldwell, he is the most respected right-wing pundit today. Right? He publishes in the New Republic, publishes in the New York Times, publishes in all these left-wing journals, and the left has so much respect for him. It's hilarious because his book, The Age of Entitlement, questions the sacred nature of civil rights in an incredibly radical way. And I think Netflix should do the equivalent of the Tom Brady roast, but do the Christopher Caldwell roast, because the left displays so much respect for him. Even the left-wing podcast, Know Your Enemy, Christopher Caldwell's case against civil rights. Just listen to them.
Is that he's married to the daughter, Zelda, of Robert Novak. And this really ages me because as I was preparing for this, I thought, oh yeah, like Robert Novak, our listeners will know who he is. And then I looked him up and he died in 2009. But Robert Novak was this famous conservative reporter, DC political reporter who had a nationally syndicated column and was on Crossfire. Back in the day, if you remember, the kind of stodgy guy who'd wear a suit with a tie and a vest too. He was like that kind of dresser. But what caught my eye was Novak was Jewish, but in the late 90s, he converted to Catholicism. And this is just a little detail, for our real nerd listeners, but he was one of the big gets, if I can put it that way, of this very charismatic priest at the Opus Dei run Catholic Information Center in D.C., this guy, Father John McCloskey. And he shepherded into the Catholic Church not just Novak, but Newt Gingrich, former Senator Sam Brownback, television talking head, and I think he actually worked in the first Trump administration, Larry Kudlow. They were all kind of converts that this charismatic priest brought into the church through this Opus Dei run Catholic Information Center, and Father McCloskey died in 2023. But anyways, I wanted to mention that Caldwell was Catholic, and that might actually relate to some of his European vibes you're getting from him.
I think so, yeah. And he's got also
Right, his racism is so refined. Some AI bot told me he's not cancelable.
culturally, a sort of sensitivity to the white ethnic American experience. When you think about what does he mean? We'll get into more of the details of this as we go along, but like, what does he mean by the civil rights movement created this like obvious constituency of losers? You could certainly imagine him thinking about like the busing conflicts of Boston in the post-CRA era, and this idea that do-gooder rich liberals were pushing off the negative externalities of civil rights onto white working class people. And that's definitely in the mix here too. You can see where his sympathies are there.
Yes, totally. You know, as we go through the book, that kind of problematic, that kind of setup of the situation, who's paying for what, who benefits, who's paying the taxes, who gets the rewards, who does the Constitution kind of favor, who does it impose, if not penalties, at least burdens on, right? And then who does it reward? You know, that eventually gets us to kind of talk of, you know, what.
Right, if you can handle it, right, listening to left-wing, the best of left-wing critiques will broaden you. It will improve you, because people on the opposite side of the political spectrum from you are incentivized to knock down the leading ideas of the right, and so they will go to it with much more enthusiasm and rigor often than people who share the same side.
Woke elites, you know, the losers of that regime, aka Trump voters, more or less. That's the title of the last chapter, Losers.
There's one other thing I wanted to read for listeners before we dive into the book, because if anybody's in doubt that, you know, Matt and I are credulous and this guy's not so erudite, and for whatever reason we've just been reading only the worst conservative literature for so long that, you know, it's water in the desert or something. I wanted to read something from a review of his first book, of Caldwell's first book, by none other than Perry Anderson, probably one of the most erudite living men, and of course, the Marxist editor of the New Left Review.
And he doesn't suffer fools.
He does not suffer fools. So this is what Perry Anderson said about Caldwell in 2010. Christopher Caldwell is a white crow among American journalists today, to use a Russian expression. Not merely is his cultural range perhaps without equal, more than just fluent in major European languages, he is conversant with what is written in them, but in the cast of his intelligence, he is quite unlike most reporters or commentators. Although his background is in literature, it is a philosophical turn of mind that most distinguishes his writing from his peers. What typically attracts his interest are dilemmas, conceptual, moral, social, obscured or passed over in standard discourse about leading or even marginal issues of the day. About these, his conclusions are nearly always unconventional, in one way or another, quizzical or unsettling. A senior editor of the Weekly Standard, flag bearer of American neoconservatism, his columns in the Financial Times make much liberal opinion look the dreary mainstream pablum it too often is. So, you know, I have to agree for the most part. Of course, Anderson ultimately critiqued the book about Islam in the West, as we will critique The Age of Entitlement now, but he's an estimable intellect and a high-quality writer.
Yes, the word Anderson chose there, dilemmas. Listeners should keep that in mind as we turn to the book. And, you know, Sam, I have to say, too, like you, I had my copy of Age of Entitlement for a while. And when I finally cracked it open, I was a little surprised by the way he opened, which is with basically the assassination of John F. Kennedy.
Right. This is a great book. I've read it twice. Christopher Caldwell's The Age of Entitlement. It's such a great book. Even left-wing intellectuals respect it.
And the argument is essentially that when something like that happens, the president is assassinated, there is this kind of tendency, impulse, in light of the slain, fallen leader, whatever their programs or priorities, aspirations were politically, that out of a mix of grief, but also, you know, paying devotion to the fallen leader, it kind of hardens into a more radical version of what they wanted. So Caldwell...
Right. These are two socialist professors who do a podcast, Know Your Enemy, all about deconstructing and diminishing the American right. And they respect Christopher Caldwell's work.
Mentions this in the context of Abraham Lincoln and the passage of not just the 13th, but the 14th Amendment, the kind of, you know, more radical edges of Reconstruction, which went beyond anything, you know, Lincoln proposed. And he said the same thing happened after John F. Kennedy's assassination. In our grief and wanting to honor him, the way the civil rights legislation, especially with Lyndon Johnson, unfolded, like it was more radical, more kind of far-reaching than, something that Kennedy himself might have wanted to pass, if he hadn't been assassinated. And so the book begins like there was this big bang after Kennedy's assassination that gave us a kind of more ideological, far-reaching, radical, extreme version of civil rights than we would have had otherwise.
Yeah, I found the way that he articulated that to be like artful and compelling. And it's one of those things, the book is very like writerly. And so it's almost like beside the point to go look at the endnotes to see like, well, is there any like, has there been some kind of like political science study or historical comparative study of the deaths of leaders and whether they lead to this kind of behavior? I would say that one of the problems with the book is that it goes down so smooth that when I would encounter something that I thought, I'm not sure, and I would look at the endnotes, there's like really nothing there. I mean, this is really not, this is not that kind of book.
Yes. Reading this is like, have you ever drank a mint julep? With the mint in the syrup, it goes down so easy, but it can get you drunk real quick.
Yeah.
You do have to be on guard if you read it because it is so pleasingly written, and the logical connections moving you from this argument to this one, to this one, to this one. I mean, he's extremely good at both the quality of the prose and just kind of the logical, structural flow of the book. You can be taken in if you're not paying attention.
Yeah, and I would say about the Kennedy assassination being the opening salvo here, it also sets up something that this book is also about, which is the baby boom generation. I think that Caldwell sees there being a very distinctive political era that begins with the assassination of JFK and ends with...
Right, so many people on the right think I can never get respect from the ruling elite. I can never get respect from the national class because I'm on the right. Well, Christopher Caldwell is as right-wing as you can get within the Overton window, and you can hear how much respect these lefty professors have for his work.
The financial crash of 2008, which could be described as the kind of like era of baby boom political hegemony. Obviously, a lot of baby boomers were too young to vote in the early 1960s, but that was the beginning of the process of them coming into sort of political maturity and then sort of political salience. I mean, in his interest in demographics that we've already mentioned, the fact of the baby boom being a baby boom is extremely important for the history of America for him, because this is just a generation that...
And you might say, oh, if I talk about demographics, then I'll automatically be treated with contempt by the ruling elite. Right? Christopher Caldwell talks about demographics. He's not treated with a great deal of contempt here.
Numerically has so much power that the sort of shape of its political experiences and the imprint that leaves on its political instincts becomes the political norms of the country, just naturally, democratically speaking, and also their economic power cannot be challenged because they're so big. They're bigger than the generations that come before and after. And I think that this book, running alongside this basic conceptual story about the Civil Rights Act fundamentally changing American governance, it is also a portrait, really, of the baby.
And one thing that makes Christopher Caldwell so impressive as a writer is that he has done a great deal of work reading left-wing critiques and all sorts of material from outside of his own partisan perspective.
Boom generation, and a quite damning one. I mean, he is not happy with any of it, and I think that will just be a running theme.
But he's quite adept, Christopher Caldwell is, with regard to the field of critical race theory. Right? He knows many different hero systems.
In this conversation.
Yes. I think that is one reason, too, he buttered me up some as a reader, was his, anti-boomer, their selfishness, the problems they pass on.
Their desire to have their cake and eat it, too, in every single historical and political circumstance.
Yes. Now, Sam,
if you have a particular partisan view of the world, you may well think, oh, there's nothing that I have in common with people with the opposite political view. But Christopher Caldwell is able to form common ground with people diametrically opposed to him because of the depth of his learning.
Starts with the Kennedy assassination for the reason we mentioned. It gets us to the passage of civil rights legislation under Kennedy's successor, Lyndon Johnson. But, of all the places you could go after the Kennedy assassination and starting to talk about civil rights, what he puts at the center of the civil rights revolution in the 1960s is the abrogation of freedom of association. Like, golf courses and country clubs, right? Can they bar black members or women, military academies? Can they admit women or should they admit women? Which he puts at the very center of the old Constitution. What did you make of that?
Well, I mean, the way that he thinks about it is, in Straussian terms, right, that liberal society has to be divided between the political and society, sort of public and private. And in private, discrimination, really broadly defined, is like the key prerogative of liberalism, that you get to choose who you spend your time with and who you do business with.
So from my trad perspective, discrimination is absolutely the essence of civilization. Without boundaries, without walls, and without the ability to discriminate, right, no people, no culture, no country, no nation is safe.
With whom you associate, who you worship with, et cetera, et cetera. In the public sphere, discrimination doesn't have to prevail. But what Caldwell thinks is that the extreme problem of the way that the Jim Crow South was doing politics had generated such a transparently iniquitous regime that democracy in the South needed to be undermined. We needed to use state power to intervene, and that included in its associational practices. And what Caldwell will suggest is that, well, that is true, and many people...
All right, I thought I knew this topic pretty well, but again and again and again, I got a revelation from this Christopher Caldwell book, The Age of Entitlement.
Including many people in the North and other parts of the country saw the necessity for that and may have understood that that was part of what the CRA was doing. The Union Army again going down and being like, hey guys, you can't do it this way. That the problem with that it sets in motion is that if the federal government can override democracy in one place, where can't it do it?
Yes. He mentions that in 1963, the summer of 63, meaning months before Kennedy was assassinated, the Senate was debating kind of civil rights legislation, and he gives the example of the senators who were skeptical of civil rights legislation had this kind of fictional character they discussed named Mrs. Murphy, a hypothetical, I'm reading from the book now, a hypothetical old widow who rented out a room in her house in a northern city. She might wind up bearing the brunt of...
Right, so you got a couple of lefties here recognizing the reality of expanding rights to one group comes at the cost of rights to another group. This is not a typical part of elite discourse, and it's being provoked by this superb Christopher Caldwell book.
Federal surveillance and law enforcement if she got too picky about whom she accepted as a tenant. The legislation's backers treated the question as ridiculous. It's her personal property. She could do with it as you pleased. But the distinction was not as obvious as
So the promotion of the HRification of society comes with benefits for many groups, particularly those who know how to play a system, manage a system, are allied with the system. And it comes with disadvantages for other people who are not inclined to play by this new system.
Civil rights legislators claimed. And then he talks about A. Philip Randolph. He was an organizer of the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters.
And a major civil rights figure from the 40s and 50s.
Yes, and Caldwell cites his opening remarks at the 1963 March on Washington. He warned that, quote, real freedom will require many...
So both the right and the left have respect for the analysis of Carl Schmitt, and they both tend to have contempt for a naive liberalism that believes that just by extending civil rights we'll create more and more human dignity and create a more and more beneficent society. And both the Christopher Caldwell nationalist right and the more hard-edged left recognize how silly the dominant liberal paradigm is.
Changes in the nation's political and social philosophies and institutions. For one thing, we must destroy the notion that Mrs. Murphy's property rights include the right to humiliate me because of the color of my skin. And here's the key part. The sanctity of private property takes second place to the sanctity of the human personality. And one of the points that Caldwell makes is that you can't simply add rights to a social contract, he says, without changing it. So he's extremely attentive to who will bear the brunt of this, who will gain from it. And then I've never kind of seen it framed this way.
Right, who benefits, right? A classic form of analysis that Steve Saylor uses.
Exactly. He has this section in this first chapter on race with the subheading, "What did whites think they were getting?" And he starts kind of going through public opinion and detail.
Right, so both the left and the right here, both Christopher Caldwell and these two lefties, have some contempt for the comfortable civil rights compromise, the conventional civil rights view. Both the Christopher Caldwell school and the left-wing school recognize how shallow the dominant perspective is with regard to civil rights.
Like in August 1963, the very month right of the March on Washington, at which Dr. King gave his I Have a Dream speech, 50% of the country said we were moving too fast on integration, versus 10% who said not fast enough. He's just kind of pointing out the ambiguity in what people thought about this, and also just that popular sentiment polling shows that the American people were considerably behind the legislation that ended up passing.
Well, here I want to introduce something I think is interesting throughout the book, which is that there's a way in which his conception of the race problem is way more material and distributional than conservatives or liberals are usually want to think about it. He does cite.
Yes. Normally, conservatives and liberals within the Overton window don't deal with the reality of civil rights, the redistribution of resources. For example, Obamacare was a $2 trillion transfer of wealth over the course of a decade from the most productive part of society to the part of society that contributed the least to the tax code. And there was a substantial racial component to that. All right, the disadvantaged, poor part of society with poor educational attainment, poor earning, and an abundance of related health problems and crime problems, right? It received a massive transfer of resources from those parts of society with above average educational attainment and earning.
Critical race theory scholars, pretty often in this book, there's a sense in which his theory of this historical trajectory is much more resonant with radical black scholars in the
right. If you care to use your empathy, right, you can find common ground with the people with diametrically opposed political views to yourself, but it requires a little work. Most pundits not willing to do the work, but Christopher Caldwell does the work, ergo he earns the respect of his political opponents.
They're thinking about what civil rights legislation would demand and what eradicating racial inequality from this country would require of people, right? He writes, this is summarizing what you just said, Caldwell writes, outside the South, white people seem to believe it would be a simple matter to get rid of segregation, as if a system of race...
Right, different people experience reality differently. And the experience of desegregation was experienced differently by different groups in this country, including different racial groups.
Racial oppression so intricate and ingenious that it had taken 3.5 centuries to devise could be dismantled overnight by sheer open-minded niceness at no price in rights to anyone. Then he quotes none other than Kimberly Crenshaw. He says Kimberly Crenshaw and a group of scholarly race theorists.
So Americans, I think, put a greater weight on niceness than any other people of which I'm aware. I think pretty much every other people in the world is much harder edged. It is probably a luxury of American wealth and safety that they're able to give such a priority to being nice.
Would write 3 decades later. So this is literally from the original critical race theory text. What we find most amazing about this ideological structure in retrospect is how very little actual social change was imagined to be required by the civil rights revolution. And Caldwell says Crenshaw and her colleagues were right. There's a coyness about this. There's an irony, a kind of, again, like contrarian deployment of the left's arguments for his own purposes. But there's also a clear-eyed quality to this, which is that Caldwell will always insist that black Americans actually understood what was going to need to be entailed to rectify the problem of racial inequality, of anti-black.
Yes, Christopher Caldwell recognizes that black Americans understood civil rights much more clearly than did the majority population. And how did he arrive at that? By immersing himself in literature from a perspective that was not necessarily congenial to him. He did the work, and that's how he arrived at such a superb, thought-provoking book.
Black racism in this country, whereas white people had these ideas that it could be done just out of, as he says, open-minded niceness. They understood that this was a material problem, that there was going to have to be a redistribution of resources. And, that's one of the central insights of critical race theory. And Caldwell agrees. What they disagree about is whether...
Right. First, you had civil rights legislation, and then you have a steady increase in the redistribution of resources, probably culminating in Obamacare, which is a $2 trillion redistribution of resources from a largely non-black America to black America.
American society can endure that redistribution without generating an insurgency like Trumpism, or maybe even great.
And it doesn't matter how objectively great your life is, how objectively great your people are doing. Every person, every group can find abundant reasons to feel that they are being oppressed and screwed over, because the stronger your in-group identity, the more negative your feelings will be towards outgroups.
Greater constitutional crisis that we might be living through now. So from Caldwell's perspective, it's true, and black people in general understood that it was going to take a lot more than just, good-heartedness on the part of liberals to rectify these problems. Critical race theorists would say, yes, and we have to.
So from both the right-wing perspective and the left-wing perspective, good-heartedness doesn't count for much. Niceness doesn't count for much.
To do it, we didn't do enough. Caldwell would say, we tried, we did too much, and it created all the problems that we live with in America.
Yes, just to kind of give a sense of, how he marshals these arguments, Sam.
Well, he doesn't explicitly argue that we did too much. He doesn't explicitly argue that civil rights was a mistake. He simply points out that after civil rights, it came with the following complications, and we have no idea what the reaction is going to be.
There's a lot of data about, I mentioned some of it, right, about desegregation, too fast, not fast enough, but also questions about, did white people think black people had equal opportunities? Were their schools as good? Were they disadvantaged?
Right. White people, by and large, to the extent they thought about it, they thought black people would be grateful for civil rights. Right. For black people, the experience was white people have pled guilty. They have pled guilty to oppressing us.
Advantaged profoundly. And you have the polling data, the survey showing that white people, they had especially in the North, had an extremely naive view of the situation of African Americans. They would say, well, why do you want to go to our school? Your school's just as good. And so in that sense, the book is very, you learn a lot from it. The data he marshals, the kind of polling he points out at this moment in history versus that moment, it's very interesting in that sense.
Right. There is far more time spent in this left-wing podcast praising Christopher Caldwell's book, The Age of Entitlement, than criticizing it.
But it is interesting, too, Sam, that after that section I mentioned, what do whites think they're going to get? The next.
Right. They are reluctant to praise it, but they feel compelled to praise it because the quality of the work forces them to respect it.
Section is, what did blacks think they were getting? And he says, when pollsters looked, quote, they discovered that blacks' views were, in most cases, the opposite of whites. 60% of blacks believed that progress on civil rights was too slow. By 69% to 9%, blacks reckoned federal anti-poverty programs a boost rather than a hindrance. And when riots eventually came in big cities and on college campuses, blacks leaned toward thinking they helped more than hurt integration, versus 74% of whites said they hurt.
Right. Naive white people were shocked by the O.J. Simpson verdict. They were shocked that much of black America rejoiced at the O.J. Simpson verdict because much of black America saw it as respecting their experience of oppression. And it's not so much that they were cheering for a double murderer getting off murder. For them, it was an experience. It was a recognition by an elite institution of the routine nature of their degradation at the hands of white people. And white people thought that it was primarily about the abuse of the system, and all these kind-hearted, nice white people got a very rude encounter with reality.
Integration. So he says, civil rights, as many blacks saw it, was not just a reform, but also an uprising.
Yeah. I mean, this is another insight that he marshals from critical legal scholars, which is that there's a different perspective on, the alleviation of formal inequality in the law that the oppressors have versus the oppressed. The oppressors will think, well, we got rid of formal segregation. We got rid of the discrimination in the law, and therefore we're done.
So when do oppressive regimes most display vulnerability? Is it when they are doing their most vicious repression, or is it when they stop repressing and start being nice, right, to try to buy off those that they have been repressing? It's when the repressive regime starts being nice that it is most vulnerable.
And the oppressed will not really experience a sense that we're done or that the situation has been rectified until historical consequences of those divisions have created some more parity in the society. So that you were excluded from these places and now you can go.
So think about your situation at work, right? Are you filled with gratitude? Do you notice all the ways that your work situation is aligned with your best interests? Right? Some people do, but what's much easier is to think, oh, I'm not getting paid enough. I am not getting enough respect. One's mind naturally goes to the missing tile in the ceiling, to quote Dennis Prager. Right? It's really easy to slip into victim mode, and the more America did with regard to civil rights, right, the more justification the recipients of this new legislation felt in having anger and rage against the America that had repressed them but was now trying to be nice to them.
Oh, well, are we succeeding? Are we achieving? These kinds of things are naturally more important to the oppressed, and it doesn't even occur to the oppressors that anything would need to be done after formal inequality is removed from the law.
Yes. And the dynamic that Caldwell sets up.
Right. So frequently in a workplace, the owner, the boss, the supervisors have no idea about the lived experience and the true feelings of the subordinates. And the subordinates have no idea, nor do they care to develop any empathy for the challenges and problems and threats and difficulties that are wrestled with by those who are above them.
Kind of that comes out of this first chapter on race is essentially after this initial civil rights legislation, some of the initial court cases, people expected the plight of black people in America to improve. But it turns out it's more complicated, right? DC.
Right. White people were incredibly naive. They thought, oh, blacks, they're just going to overflow with gratitude for us for this nice stuff that we're doing for them. Instead, they incentivize more black rage against white America.
Segregation didn't mark the improvements that some people wanted or expected. And then, as Caldwell puts it, the legislation of the mid-1960s made legal equality a fact of American life. To the surprise of much of the country, though, legal equality was now deemed insufficient by both civil rights leaders and...
Right, that which builds an attitude of respect is not usually being nice, right? Being nice to people who are in an outgroup, right, often fuels rage.
And the government. This is where he talks about this dynamic whereby the apparatus oriented towards achieving racial equality, it didn't have those results. And so the apparatus grows and grows to do more and more to try to achieve those results, kind of takes on a life of its own. And that's kind of the origins of the new Constitution that displaced the old one.
Yeah, I think the thing that is going to be incredibly important to Caldwell is not just the aims of this new Constitution in the sense of establishing racial equality. It is the means by which that is going to be achieved, like what means the legislation sets up. So for listeners who want a reminder of even just what's in the original CRA, Title I bans racial discrimination in voting booths, Title II in hotels.
CRA stands for Civil Rights Act.
Restaurants and theaters. Title III in public facilities, libraries, swimming pools, bathrooms. Title IV bans it in public schools. Title V expanded the Federal Civil Rights Commission. Title VI subjected to bureaucratic scrutiny any company or institution that received government money. So keep that in mind. We'll get there, but that's how the Trump administration is going after Harvard and Columbia and all these institutions today. And then the Civil Rights Act establishes the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, which has the power to file lawsuits and conduct investigations and order redress. So the EEOC is how we're going to get toward affirmative action. But as Caldwell writes, by doing all these things, the act emboldened and incentivized bureaucrats, lawyers, intellectuals, and political agitators to become the eyes and ears and even the foot soldiers of civil rights enforcement. So what I mean by the means are different is that now, from Caldwell's perspective, the place where politics is really taking place in American life is not in the legislature, right? It's in the courts. It's via lawyers who file civil rights lawsuits in the private sphere. It's via lawyers in the Department of Justice who investigate potential violations of civil rights in the public institutions. It's via impact litigation, by lawyers, and it's via the decision-making and rulemaking of bureaucracies and federal agencies. Crucial to his argument is
So a new book argues that China is a country that is essentially run by engineers. The United States is a country dominantly run by lawyers.
not just that the new Constitution is oriented around racial equality as the first principle, but it is a new form of government that takes place far away from the voting booth.
And I just want to say...
And it creates for much of the population an increasing sense that the government is against you, right? Your own government is against you is an increasingly shared perspective in the United States, right? Up until the 60s, it was generally experienced by most Americans that the government was fundamentally on their side. After the 1960s, you have an ever-increasing amount of Americans, and they tended to vote for the Republican Party because they experienced America's institutions and government and legal system as fundamentally aligned against their interests.
His summary of this, at the end of the chapter on race, he says, government could now disrupt and steer interactions that had been considered the private affairs of private citizens, their roles as businessmen or landlords or members of college admissions boards. It could interfere in matters of personal discretion. Yes, this was for a special purpose, to fight racism. But the Griggs decision, the Supreme Court decision he talks about, made clear that the government was now authorized to act against racism even if there was no evidence of any racist intent. This was an opening to arbitrary power. And once arbitrary power is conferred, it mattered little what it was conferred for.
All right, thoughtful analysis there by two left-wing professors on the great Christopher Caldwell's book, The Age of Entitlement, America Since the 60s. So by and large, Trump voters, and by and large Republicans, and by and large people on the right feel that America's institutions are not serving them. And by and large, the Democratic Party is a party of America's institutions and ruling elite and the most vulnerable. So elite rule requires a pluralistic society, and so currently we have the Democratic Party, to the extent it rules through a coalition of the top of society, the most elite, and the bottom of society, the most vulnerable and dependent on government.